Supremacy Games. Chapter 1001 to 1025. Chapter 1001 The Sore Loser and His Challenge. For the next 2 minutes, the bidding war raged on silently between at least 20 participants. The Red Dragons had long been eliminated from the race when the price had reached 2,000 Grade B natural treasures. Now, only the richest royal dragons were still involved. Felix was cunning enough to leave the identity of the bidders hidden and their numbers, in addition, blocking telepathic speech with each other when the bid was on in order. This had caused the royal clans to not know if there was still a red dragon amidst the bidders, making them unable to risk leaving the royal gemstones fall in their hands. Still, when the numbers started falling off akin to flies, leaving only 3 or 4 bidders, it was clear to them that it was impossible for a red dragon to have that many natural treasures kept around. 3,000s going once, 3,000s going twice. Malik paused for a few seconds to see if anyone else was interested in adding another bid. When she realized that neither the red dragons nor the royal dragons had good expressions, she swiftly struck the gravel down, sold. Clap clap clap. Knowing that dragons didn't clap, Malik played an applause track in the auditorium to celebrate the bidder and also set up for the next auctioned item. 3,000 worth of Grade B natural treasures for a single bloodline treasure. Malik grinned mentally, Master is going to strike rich. Meanwhile, the 4 clans were communicating with each other telepathically after the bid ended. Who got it? Clan head Kirsoon asked. Grand Official Musak. Clan head Igos answered. That's good. Why don't you leave the next one to us? Clan head Bimid suggested. Not a chance. Clan head Igos shook his head, even though an official of my clan bought it, that's his own property. We ain't giving up on bidding as well. You know that the Dragon Slayer is benefiting from this. Who cares? Clan head Kirsoon shrugged his shoulders. He is merely asking for natural treasures, and we have abundance of them. If your clan is too poor to bid, just don't. Clan head Azastirth mocked. Let's see who's poor then. Clan head Bimid sneered and focused on the next royal gemstone in the center of the stage. This was the reason Felix was confident that the 4 clans wouldn't come into an agreement about splitting his royal gemstones to avoid losing too many resources. There were merely 16 royal gemstones, each clan possessed at least 10 officials and other more filthy rich retired elders. There was no way they would be able to split them evenly when each of those rich dragons wanted to get a royal gemstone for themselves or their heirs. After all, this was a private auction unrelated to clans' matters, in other words, each dragon was for himself. Since the bed resources were natural treasures, not many of them would feel the sting of losing them as they could always make their slaves and workers harvest more for them. 1,500 going once, 1,500 going twice, sold. Malik yelled excitedly as she struck the gavel, causing most of the dragons to show expressions of despair and dejection. The second royal gemstone was much smaller, making the red dragons believe that they had a chance to secure it. Alas, even this small royal gemstone had fetched a price beyond what their treasury could hold. Did you get it, father? Anastasia asked. Yes. Clan head Kaisun smiled bitterly. It was expensive as hell, but we at least have a 10% discount on it. Although the royal clans didn't care much about their natural treasures, it didn't imply that they would go wasting all of them on a single small royal gemstone. So, they raised the price as much as possible for other contenders before backing off. This would help them secure future better royal gemstones as their contenders had exhausted most of their pool. Soon, the 3rd royal gemstone was bid on and then the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and so on. By the time half an hour gone by, more than 10 royal gemstones had been sold. The prices ranged from 1,000 to 3,000 graded B natural treasures depending on the size and color of the royal gemstones. Naturally, most of the bidders had used other unique treasures to boost up the price since it would be too much to put down such a large amount of natural treasures at once. The last 6 bloodline treasures are the biggest and most unique in this auction. Malik extended her hand to the right, pinpointing the focus on 6 cards. All of them had a red veil on top, hiding the content of the glass cubes. This had caused everyone to hold their breaths in anticipation. Malik walked to the nearest one to her and removed the veil in one swift motion. An Azure Bloodline treasure. The latest _AP_SODIES are on _thelibraad.com website. Look at its size. It must be the biggest blue bloodline treasure found in the past 10 cycles. Yet, I am not getting it as well. Most of the dragons were astonished and dazzled by the reveal of the crystallized azure royal gemstone. I can't believe you allowed him to keep such a piece. Clan head Igos addressed Kirsoon. He collected more than 90% of the royal gemstones for our clan. Clan head Kirsoon smiled. It was only fair to allow him to get some good ones to sell. Unbeknownst to him, the royal gemstones handed by Felix were the smallest of his entire collection. The ones in Mistress Candace's possession were at least 5 to 10 times the size of this blue royal gemstone. If any of them was placed in this auction, chaos would have arisen. While everyone was fighting tooth and nail to buy this royal gemstone, Prince Domino had his eyes affixed on Felix, who was chilling in a dark corner. Prince Domino had arrived a while ago but didn't make a move on Felix, knowing that if he ruined the auction or caused it to be cancelled, he would earn the resentment of everyone's involved. So, he joined the auction and remained as quiet as a mouse, waiting for his chance to make a move. Luckily for him, the rest of the royal gemstones were sold in the blink of an eye, finally bringing a closure to the auction. The last piece was secured by the Green Clan for about 4,000 worth of B-grade natural treasures, causing Felix to grin from ear to ear. Thank you everyone for participating. Malik bowed her head respectfully before disclosing, Sir Felix will leave your purchased bloodline treasures in the hand of the White Clan. You can either go pick them up or ask for them to be delivered. I hope you have a nice evening. Malik excused herself from the stage, leaving the dragons to discuss among themselves. Soon, the red dragons were left disappointed to know that none of them had managed to secure a single bloodline treasure. Just as they were planning to teleport out of the auditorium, Prince Domino stood up and called out loud with a stern tone, Dragon Slayer! I believe you still owe me something. Is that Domino? He finally resurfaced. What is he on about? Everyone stopped whatever they were doing and focused on Prince Domino. Ever since he ate Felix's explosion and was sent to get healed inside his clan, he had never shown his face. For him to appear now and even address Felix like this had made everyone curious. I am glad you are still alive, Brother Domino. Felix smiled sincerely as he emerged from the shadows akin to the Batman. Don't patronize me. Prince Domino eyed Felix coldly. You promised that we will have a 1vs1 battle, and I am still waiting for you to keep your word. When did that happen? Interesting. The clan heads raised their eyebrows in surprise at the sudden revelation. I guess you don't count our fights in the ceremony as proper battles. Felix chuckled. Everyone turned to eye Prince Domino with displeased looks. In their eyes, if Prince Domino believed that his battles with Felix weren't proper, then he was acting like a sore loser. The dragons felt that acting like a sore loser was more embarrassing than losing in the first place. They were proper fights, but not what I have been promised. Prince Domino narrowed his eyes dangerously. I don't mind sharing the contest of our promise to clarify it much better. There is no need for that. Felix smiled coldly. I don't mind beating you senseless again if you are unable to accept your defeat. Accept the link. Without delay, Prince Domino sent Felix an invitation link to his UVR's room. Felix clicked on the link and got teleport there immediately. Prince Domino followed him soon, leaving everyone behind with dazed expressions. Tell your son to share the link with us. Clan head Kirsoon swiftly requested from Prince Domino's father. There is no need. Clan head Igos replied, he has opened his UVR's room for everyone. Looks like he is seeking redemption. Clan head Bimid commentated. Chapter 1002 A wager capable of bankrupting a race. Let's help him out then. Clan head Azistirth smirked faintly and announced to everyone that Prince Domino's UVR's room was open to them. Upon hearing so, the dragons started breaking into light particles by the dozens. It didn't take long before the entire auditorium was emptied completely, even Malik tagged along to cheer on Felix. "Looks like you were prepared," Felix commentated as he looked around him. The room had been transformed into an outrageously humongous arena, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. "Enough crap, let's fight," Prince Domino said as he cracked his neck. "Now hold on a second." Felix snickered, "Let's wait for the arena to get packed. I need witnesses to avoid having you acting like a sore loser again." "Fine by me. Time to kickstart the second step." Felix smirked in his mind. Unbeknownst to Prince Domino, Felix had already anticipated that he would come and challenge him publicly after reading his spiteful message. He included him in his masterful plan to dry out the dragons before the auction even started. Without hesitation, Felix published the news about his fight on a galactical scale, managing to attract the majority of the dragons to attend the battle. Everyone sat on invisible chairs in the sky above Prince Domino and Felix, causing the atmosphere to get heated. When Felix saw that there were more than 100,000 dragons above them, he manifested a gigantic holographic screen. It was displaying a grey royal gemstone that belonged to Prince Arantis, but no one knew that it was his as they believed it to be a bloodline treasure. "To spice things up, how about we have a couple of bets on the outcome of the battle?" Felix wondered with an honest smile as he eyed Prince Domino. Prince Domino eyed the royal gemstone for a few moments before focusing back on Felix. "What do you have in mind?" "I have saved one last bloodline treasure for emergencies." Felix pointed at the grey royal gemstone and said, "I am willing to put this precious bloodline treasure on the line against everyone. I will open a public betting channel with 3 tiers of wagers against me." Felix raised 3 fingers and disclosed like a salesman with 20 years of experience, 1 to 2 odds if I win while using everything. 1 to 5 odds if I win without using my explosive bullet. 1 to 10 odds if I win while using only physical strength. If you choose one of the options, but I ended up losing because of the another, you will get the returns from the mentioned tier. In other words, Felix would have to pay everyone who bet against him even if the tiers chosen didn't match. It was pure foolishness as it enforced him to win regardless of what if he wanted to avoid paying a crazy sum. "Are you making a fool out of me with those bets?" Prince Domino eyed him frigidly. Even the viewers felt like Felix was taking it too far with his jokes. In their eyes, it would be a difficult battle for Felix to win if he went all out. Yet, he was trying to limit himself by removing his strongest abilities. "I don't have to explain myself. The currency used is high-graded natural treasures." Felix stared at the viewers above him and said, "You guys know that I can afford to pay you all." The auction had just concluded and everyone attending it knew that Felix must have at least gathered 20,000 grade B natural treasures of value. This was enough to be considered as a safety net for anyone desiring to place a bet against him. "Make sure to read the rules before placing a bet," Felix advised with good intentions. Clan heads looked at each other before checking the wager rules on the holographic screen. The odds are applicable both ways and only the person with the highest won amount from the bet will be rewarded with the bloodline treasure as a bonus. Clan head Igos frowned, "So, the only way to get the bloodline treasures is to go as high as possible." The odds being applicable both ways implied that if Felix won, everyone needed to pay him double, 5 times, or 10 times the amount they initially bet. If he lost, he would pay them based on those crazy odds as well. If someone lost and didn't have enough to pay, he will enter a debtor relation with the Dragon Slayer or vice versa. Clan head Bemid scratched his chin, payments have to be met on yearly basis and with 5% interest increase. This rule was put to make sure that even if someone F***ed up and ended up losing more than he owned, he still could divide the payment to yearly basis instead of being punished by Queen AI. It also acted as comfort for the bettors that Felix would pay them whether now or on yearly basis. Bet at your own risk, the window will be open for 15 minutes and then closed forever. Felix warned one last time before finally opening the wager channel to everyone. In the first couple of minutes, only a handful of dragons placed bets on the third tier, that Felix would lose if he fought while using only his physical strength. In their eyes, it was the smartest and safest choice even if the odds were the heaviest. That's because if Felix won while using abilities, they wouldn't be losing anything. However, if he lost, they would be winning either double or quintuple their bet amount. The only way for them to truly lose was if Felix won against Prince Domino while using his physical strength. This was simply unimaginable. I guess spending such a long period in the dimensional pocket has ended up messing with his mind. I would have reconsidered betting against him if he merely had the first two options. Same, he must have trained his elemental manipulations quite extensively. The dragons weren't dumb enough to believe that Felix had spent an entire century doing nothing but chilling inside the dimensional pocket. In their minds, Felix must have learned many new elemental abilities and enhanced his external range. As for his physical strength, they were confident that he had no way to increase it to the point he could take down Prince Domino with it. After all, Prince Domino could reach up to 150 kbf when enraged. Since Felix's appearance hadn't changed, this made them assured that he hadn't replaced his bloodline and boosted his physical strength to an uncanny level. What do you think? Clan Head Bemid asked as he looked at his peers. I don't know. Dragon Slayer isn't foolish to put himself in such a disadvantageous situation. Clan Head Kier soon knitted his eyebrows. At the same time, I don't see a way for him to win a physical battle unless Prince Domino sold the fight. Mind your words. Clan Head Igos warned him, my son will never stoop this low. I am just making assumptions. Well, you guys can make assumptions as much as you want. Clan Head Heir Azistirth narrowed his eyes at the grey gemstone and said, I am getting that grey royal gemstone, it gives me a familiar feeling. Without hesitation, Clan Head Azistirth had placed a significant bet of 1000 B-graded natural treasures of value on the third tier. This implied that if he won, Felix would have to pay him 10,000 B-graded natural treasures or be in a debt. When everyone saw this amount get displayed on the holographic screen and the dragon behind it, hell broke loose in the arena. Clan Head Azistirth's initiative and reputation had caused the majority of the dragons to bet tens to hundreds of natural treasures on the third tier. In their minds, there was no way Clan Head Azistirth would place such an enormous bet without being 100% certain that it was risk-free. Before long, the holographic screen was showing thousands of names with the amount bet next to them and the tier chosen. As expected, no one was dumb enough to pick the first or second tier. I have changed my mind. Prince Domino smiled coldly, I was planning to kill you, but now I will let you live to carry on the burden of paying everyone back for the rest of your life. Aren't you betting as well if you are so certain? Felix mocked. I bet every single natural treasure in my possession on third tier. Prince Domino narrowed his eyes at Felix and taunted, I dare you to fight me without abilities. Most certainly. Felix confirmed it casually. Whoa! This had caused more dragons to get lured into the wager and put either some of their natural treasures or all of them. By the time 15 minutes had passed, the holographic list was displaying that there were more than 20,500 concurrent bets on the third tier. In total, the amount of bet natural treasures had crossed 50,000. If the odds were applied, then the numbers would reach an insane level that would completely bankrupt an entire race. Don't even mention a single person. Yet, Felix was showing not a single ounce of fear or worry, in fact, he was grinning from ear to ear in his mind. You are really one shameless prick. Asna giggled while covering her face, I have never seen someone bold enough to attempt to put a quarter of the dragon race into debt. Chapter 1003 You are no longer my match. How am I supposed to have a steady income of natural treasures after I leave the galaxy? Felix grinned. You have your wagers. Prince Domino eyed Felix coldly, let's fight. No rules. Felix inquired as he covered himself in void suit. No rules. Whoosh. Just like a starving wolf, Prince Domino charged towards Felix at his fastest speed while being completely encased in black flames. The instant he reached Felix, he used his insane momentum to swing his deadly claws at Felix's neck, hoping to decapitate him. So slow. Felix mewed casually as he eyed the incoming flaming claws in slow motion. Electricity was running through his eyes, implying his use of lightning-quick reflexes. Felix moved his head slightly to the side, evading the claw strike like it was thrown by a child. Then, he tightened his right fist until his veins were about burst. In one swift motion, he threw a punch at Prince Domino's face. Because everything was going in slow motion, Felix and his tenants were able to see exactly how Prince Domino's nose got deformed and followed by his face caving in like it was hit by a million-ton sledgehammer. Then, Prince Domino's body jerked for a split second before having its entire momentum getting halted and reversed, making his body get shaped like he had collided against an unbreakable wall. Release. The instant Felix cancelled his lightning-quick reflexes, Prince Domino's body got catapulted tens of kilometers at supersonic speed. Boom! 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 Because Felix had struck him from above, Prince Domino's body ended up smashing the arena floor and rolling on it for countless times before finally stopping in a deep ditch. It doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end, right? Felix snickered as he zoomed in on Prince Domino's wrecked bloody face. Felix had punched him so hard, his fist was clearly imprinted in the center of Prince Domino's face. Make sure to cough up your debt on yearly basis if you don't want Queen AI to get involved. Felix advised everyone with a good-natured smile while dusting his palms like he had just gotten rid of some sort of garbage. No one replied or even reacted to his advice. Everyone were left utterly stunned as they kept switching their visions from Felix to Prince Domino's ruined face with widened eyes. This can't be real, just can't be real. Impossible, one punch did that to Prince Domino? Impossible. Am I dreaming? That can't be my son. Neither the clan heads nor the rest of the dragons were capable of believing the insanity before their eyes. Prince Domino, the strongest dragon in the youth generation, one of the most gifted dragons to be born, this phenomena of a dragon, who was believed to have a slight chance of defeating the elder dragon, was defeated by a single punch. A punch from a human much younger than him nevertheless? Everyone felt like they were watching a drama instead of real life, hoping that Prince Domino would pop out of the ditch and proclaim that everything was just an act to scam them out of their treasures. They wished for it deeply in their souls, but alas, Prince Domino didn't even move a finger. I will be waiting in the White Clan for your deliveries, I am out. Just as Felix was about to teleport away, clan head Igos shouted loudly with an agitated expression, "Hold it right there." Is there a problem? What do you **ing mean? Clan head Igos yelled at him with bloodshot eyes, "How did you do that? It's impossible for a human like you to get that much stronger without needing to rely even on your cultivation system." That's right. He must have taken some substances to boost his strength before the fight. Don't joke around. It's impossible for substances to result in this kind of boost. Maybe Ancestral Dragon had a hand in this. The entire crowd woke up from their daze and assaulted Felix with doubtful remarks as well. None of them dared to believe that Felix could have gotten this much stronger without some tricks involved. Who could blame them? Felix had jumped from 116k to 156k after he exited the dimensional pocket. That's an insane enhancement of 40k BF after already crossing past the 100k mark. They were still recalling how Felix got hurled tens of kilometers by a single punch from Prince Domino when they first met in the ceremony. After a mere year, he had returned the favor even harder? **T. Although the royal dragons knew that Felix had spent a century instead of year unlike the red dragons, they were still unable to explain Felix's enhancements. If they knew about his devourer system, it would have made sense, but the only thing they knew about was Felix's bloodline replacement boost. It was clear in their eyes that Felix hadn't replaced anything. I doubt there is a clause that enforces me to share my secrets to get paid, correct? Felix rejected to answer calmly, so, if you are dissatisfied with the outcome of this battle, take it with the Queen AI. Dragons or not, Felix had no intentions of telling anyone about his devourer system even if it meant antagonizing the royal family. Where do you think you're going? The fight is not over yet. Just as Felix wanted to leave again, he was held back, only this time, it was Prince Domino himself. Oh ho ho! You actually regained consciousness this fast. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after spotting Prince Domino standing back on his feet. His legs were wobbly, and his face was still mushed in, yet, he still managed to get back up. Felix truly believed that his punch had been enough to paralyze Prince Domino and end the game with any deaths. He was this confident since he felt Prince Domino's shattered skull pierce his brain, which should have made it impossible for him to wake up for at least a month. You are truly one hell out of a cockroach. Felix cracked his fists with a piteous smile, looks like I have to truly kill you to win this. Felix wanted to avoid killing Prince Domino since he helped him out and had a strong character that enabled him to even stand against Mananangal. Sure, he had his flaws, but they weren't enough to warrant Felix to kill him, especially now that he was much stronger than him and stopped considering him as a real threat. You have gotten much stronger than me. I admit that. I don't know which miracle helped you, but... Prince Domino raised his head slowly, exposing his face that was being healed in a freakish speed. His eyes were restored back, his broken nose returned to its place, and his busted lips became brand new. Even his caved-in skull returned to its previous shape. When the healing process ended, all was left was bloodshot eyes burning with vivid boiling fury. I can still match your strength. Let's see about that. Felix smirked faintly as he watched Prince Domino disappear from his place and surface right in front of him with his claws ready for slaughter. Whoosh whoosh! He threw an array of deadly swift strikes at Felix, causing him to keep moving his body to avoid them. All the spectators had their eyes brightened after noticing that Prince Domino's speed had been at least tripled, which put Felix in a real predicament. He should have ended him when he had the chance. Now that Domino has become enraged, everything is going to change. Clan Head Bemid commentated. Just as the three heads were about to support his comment, their lips stiffened at the sight of Prince Domino receiving the beatdown of his life. Every time he swung his claws and missed, Felix counter-attacked with a punch as quick as lightning, hitting him in his vitals. Whoosh, boom. Whoosh, boom. This happened over and over again, making it seem like Felix was playing around with Prince Domino. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Prince Domino was unable to believe that he was getting thrashed like this even when he was enraged. Still, he refused to give up and continued to use unique ways and even dirty methods to hit Felix. Unfortunately, Felix kept avoiding them all like he was capable of seeing 1 second through the future. Just give up already. Felix whispered in his ears, you are no longer my match. Felix merely said the truth, even when Prince Domino went enraged and had his strength boosted to 150k plus, Felix still outclassed him. After all, he could easily get 10k BF increased or more by tripling his size. With his enhanced reflexes, all of Prince Domino's attacks still appear slow in his eyes. No. I refuse to accept this. Alas, this was Prince Domino, there was no way he would surrender even if he knew that the difference in their strength was unbridgeable. Whoosh! Prince Domino detached from the melee battle with many grievous and bloody wounds, then, he shouted at the top of his lungs in anger, black flames encasement. In the blink of an eye, a sea of ferocious black flames emerged from his body and kept expanding until 3 kilometers radius sphere was created. You forced me to do this. With maddened expression, Prince Domino brought his palms together and shouted, Supernova Flame Orb. Chapter 1004 Losing His Respect. The colossal black flame sphere started to shrink in size rapidly until it was turned into a mere golf ball between Prince Domino's palms. When Felix saw this, he knew that nothing good would come out if this flame orb went off. So, he swiftly flew towards Prince Domino and stayed glued to him. "You think I won't blow us both?" Prince Domino shouted at Felix while still condensing the flame orb. Unresponsive, Felix clutched his fists and went all out on Prince Domino. Boom! 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 Each punch sounded nastier than the other as Felix completely stopped caring about Prince Domino's life anymore. The instant he threatened to use a nuke and even double suicide was the moment he lost his respect and sympathy for him. "I am dying. I am dying." Prince Domino could feel that all of his organs were getting blown up into bloody mess with every direct punch. The worst part, he couldn't even defend himself properly due to the flame orb being still in his hands. It didn't take him long to realize that Felix had left him with two options: admit defeat and end his torment, or blow up his flame orb. Unfortunately, the first option could never be processed in his mind due to his unquestionable pride. He knew that if he admitted defeat, there would be no other chance for him to re-establish his reputation in the royal family. He had been beaten fair and square. "If I won't be the Elder Dragon, then there is no point in living this life." Prince Domino gritted his teeth and eyed the flame orb in his hand. "I never lose." Prince Domino gave Felix a maddened look that sent chills in his spine. "Like hell I will let you." Felix extended his right wing and swung it swiftly at Prince Domino's neck akin to a blade. The wing sliced Prince Domino's head, decapitating him instantly. This wouldn't have been possible if Felix hadn't already ruined Prince Domino's body beyond repair. "I am flying. Oh, my head is flying." Prince Domino mewed in his mind as he watched the rest of his body falling into the ground. He moved his thin slits in direction of Felix and saw that he was relaxing his tensed shoulders. "I will never go out in this embarrassing manner." Prince Domino glanced back at his body and saw that his flame orb had separated from it and was in the process of breaking apart into light particles. Without an ounce of hesitation, he used the last bit of his cognitive reasoning to activate the flame orb. Immediately after he did so, Felix's instincts tingled like crazy, forcing him to look at Prince Domino's separated head. The moment he noticed that Prince Domino had died with creepy wide grin, he felt his blood run cold. Enhanced adamantine barrier. Boom! After a blinding flash of light, the sky changed colors and the clouds were spread out in a circular shape by an emerging white mushroom. Everyone was caught off guard as they hadn't expected for the flame orb to still go off even when Prince Domino's head was tens of meters away from his body. "Are they both dead? Does that mean we aren't losing or winning anything? Phew, I almost got myself in a debt of 3,000 natural treasures." At this moment, most dragons didn't care any more about winning the bet. They just wanted to avoid being put in a crazy debt that would take them at least decades if not more to clear it out. All of them had chosen 1 to 10 odds, which amplified even 100 to a price that wouldn't be afforded by most dragons. Sadly, before they could feel relieved for even a few moments, Felix had to break apart their fantasies. He emerged from the depth of the arena tens of kilometers away while having countless flesh wounds. "That's what I get for being merciful." Felix dusted his clothes with a pissed-off expression, not liking the outcome of this fight whatsoever. He thought that Prince Domino had some respect for him, but only now did he realize that his respect was based on his superiority complex. In other words, he respected Felix when he considered him to be a worthy opponent. However, the instant he started feeling really threatened and that he would lose against him, the respect turned into spite and hate. There was nothing that explains his final attempt to take down Felix with him besides being spiteful at losing. Felix should feel thankful that the flame orb had half of its power taken after it started to break into light particles. If it wasn't for so, he wouldn't have survived with mere flesh wounds. F***ing royal dragons and their distasteful pride. Felix had enough of being near dragons and wanted nothing to do with them for the next years. "Not so fast." Asna chuckled, "You still have a meeting with the Elder Dragon. You better not meet him with this attitude. So irritating." Felix swiftly teleported back to his house, not bothering to even address the viewers or their bets. He knew that Queen Ai would handle everything for him. Good thing that he left without saying anything, as everyone went absolutely mad after being told by the Queen that they had lost their bets and the amount they needed to pay. 10,000 B-graded natural treasures. I don't even have a quarter of it after the auction. Clan head Azastirtha's eyelids twitched as he eyed his debt. We have been finessed. Clan head Bemid massaged his temples. I am starting to think that the Dragon Slayer has planned everything from the auction to this point to harvest every single natural treasure from us. That's precisely what happened. Clan head Igos said coldly, he used the auction to raise capital and also exhaust our resources. This made us believe that we actually had a big chance of returning most of our lost natural treasures from the auction by joining his wager. Indeed. Clan head Kirsoon nodded. He knew that all of us has complete faith in Prince Domino when it came to melee battles. Still, shouldn't we have been charged with second tier? Clan head Azastirth frowned. He did use an active elemental ability at the end to defend himself from the explosion. I have already asked Queen Ai. Clan head Bemid shook his head. She said that the bet has ended with Domino's death. In other words, the moment the explosion went off, the bet was already over in favor of Felix, since he had killed him by following the rules of the third tier. The rules of the third tier enforced him to utilize merely physical abilities or passives in his fight. That's unfortunate. Round up the officials, elders, and their heirs. Clan head Igos said, I want to know exactly how much the royal family owns that weasel. With Queen Ai assistance, it didn't take long to calculate the total. The moment the clan heads read it, they felt their heart sink to the bottom of their stomach. Who could blame them? Just the royal family alone owed Felix close to 70,000 graded natural treasures. There was no need to mention the tens of thousands red dragons. This is more serious than we thought. Clan head Kirsoon frowned. This is going to hurt us financially for a long while. As the clan head responsible over the administration and logistics of the royal family, he knew that royal clan was in no shape to pay Felix the full amount right away. In fact, it wouldn't be possible even after a decade, since the natural treasures were finite resources and take time and care to grow. The Icarius galaxy might possess the most significant amount of natural treasures, but it didn't mean that they were infinite. In addition, the dragon race's main source of income was from selling natural treasures to other races. Now that they owed Felix such an insane sum, they wouldn't be able to indulge themselves anymore. What's the solution? Clan head Bemid asked. We must break the debt into installment that might last for a century or so. Clan head Kirsoon answered, the 5% rate would hurt us a bit, but it's better than handing everything as fast as possible and causing the natural treasures market to crash. In the clan heads' minds, Felix would be naturally selling or trading those natural treasures with his race or other races. Since their race's financial freedom and stability depended heavily on the natural treasures market in the alliance, they knew that helping Felix flood it would damage them in the long run. Why did we get ourselves involved in bets with a human? Clan head Bemid sighed. Strong or not, he is still just as greedy and cunning as the rest of his race. Chapter 1005 Accepting the Summon. 3 days later. Felix could be seen sitting on his bed while rubbing Nemo's stomach. He had a holographic spreadsheet with thousands of names and confusing numbers. So far only 10% paid their full debt. Felix mewed as he studied the spreadsheet. The rest have split their payment plans from 5 years to a century depending on how much they owed. With this, you have financed your climb to at least the 14th mark. Asna said. I have more than 100,000 B-graded natural treasures in my net worth, yet I can't even reach the 15th mark. Felix rubbed his eyelids. I have no clue how I am going to cross past it. Because the amount needed was doubled each time Felix reached a mark, he knew that from 15th mark and onward, the Devourer system would be deemed as useless. He would be required to invest more than 100,000 natural treasures just to obtain 10 kbf. It wasn't going to be effective in the long run. That's why Felix desired the Dragon's cultivation system, as it was going to help him switch gears when the Devourer's system start to slow him down. I need to merge with Elders Immerheart no matter what. Felix nodded with a serious expression. It's time to start my preparation for the replacement. Sigh, good luck. Asna could only smile bitterly and hope for the best, knowing there was no stopping him now. With my current strength, I am confident in being able to take at least 17%. Felix said while preparing the integration materials in his UVR's room. Just to make everything as realistic as possible, he was planning to integrate with Kraken Bloodline. Thankfully, Felix had scanned the Kraken Bloodline bottle when he had to hand one to the Anti-Royalty Alliance. Without further ado, Felix started the replacement process by injecting the blood directly into his heart. After a mere 10 minutes of agonizing hellish pain, Felix had given in and died. As I expected. Thor shook his head. Without the pressure of death, it will be difficult for you to convince your mind to stay conscious. Felix couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. He tried his very best to stay conscious until the time ends, but it was near impossible when his own thoughts were against him. They keep telling him to give up and that it wasn't worth it to go such agonizing pain without any end results. The only reason he had such thoughts were because he knew that there was absolutely no danger to his safety if he gave up. Then, I just need to activate the death penalty. Felix decided calmly. Absolutely not. Asna shut it down instantly, not loving the idea one bit. Who could blame her? If anyone heard Felix, they wouldn't hesitate to call him a lunatic. No one was crazy enough to implement the death penalty in his own UVR's room while merely training. If I don't do it, I will end up dead anyway when I attempt to integrate with 25%. Felix tried to convince her, it's better to make my pain and training worth it by making sure that each attempt can lead to my death. All the Primogenitors nodded in support, understanding that Felix's plan was the only way to bridge the gap to 25%. Otherwise, it was best to give up right now and not waste anyone precious time. Sigh, why can't you just pick the damn second method? Although Asna understood him as well, she was still uncomfortable with his suicidal training. I will be fine. Felix assured with a faint smile, I'm not crazy enough to do anything that is out of my reach. Now that real death was involved, Felix wasn't planning on jumping straight to 17%. He was going to take it as slow as possible even if it meant increasing 1% each month or even a year. This naturally was going to take a long time, but this was better than ending up dying in underwhelming death during training. VRRR. Suddenly, Felix's bracelet vibrated. When he glanced at the screen, he noticed that it was a message sent by clan head Kirsoon. Is this related to the wager? Felix wondered and clicked on the message. Unfortunately, he wished that it was about that. What a good time to be summoned. Asna chuckled, right after you placed quarter of his race in debt. It turned out, Elder Dragon had finally set up a meeting with Felix. The message informed him that it would be held in Elder Dragon Supreme Castle in the real world, which meant that Felix needed to depart right now. Better than now than later. Felix replied with a relieved expression. He wanted to leave Icarius Galaxy the moment he had delivered all the royal gemstones to their rightful owners. Alas, he couldn't bail out on a summon from the big boss of the alliance as it would bring him nothing but trouble. I guess I will leave the training for later. A couple of hours later, Felix had emerged from a void rift high in the sky above an ancient gloomy-looking castle. It had 8 solid round towers that formed a protective barrier all around the castle and were connected by reinforced, thick walls made of black stones. Wide windows were scattered here and there around the walls in fairly symmetrical patterns, along with overhanging crenellations for decorative purposes. Statues of Elder Dragon were lined up outside the castle gates, serving as reminders of the one and only ruler of this dragon empire. This castle showed signs of decay after being around for ages, yet it didn't seem like anyone was bothered to fix it. What made this common-looking castle special was the fact that it was built on a floating island that was above the clouds, completely isolated from the surface. Felix landed in front of the main gate and waited patiently for it to be opened. However, he waited for more than 5 minutes and no one came to open the gate. Is no one here? Felix frowned, should I open it on my own? Not knowing what to do, Felix could only contact Anastasia and seek her advice to avoid stepping on Elder Dragon's tail. No one in the castle but him. Anastasia disclosed. Not even servants. Felix found it a bit peculiar. Yes, he prefers to live alone for some reason. We don't ask. Anastasia guided, just push the gate open and keep walking straight, you will find him in the throne chamber. All right, thanks. Without delay, Felix opened the gate and walked slowly towards the corridor. After reaching it, he kept looking around him in wonder at how bleak and deserted the castle. It resembled haunted abandoned castles from the Middle Ages instead of the house of the most authoritative being in the Alliance. It even gave the creeps to Felix since houses reflect on the personality of their owners. In a short while, Felix arrived at the end of the corridor. What blocked his path was a giant wooden gate that was opened just a bit, leaving a crack for Felix to peek inside. Felix didn't do so. He took a deep breath and pushed it wide open, then, he stepped inside with his back straight and a composed expression. The first thing that his eyes had caught was the elder dragon in his humanoid form sitting in a sinister-looking throne. He had his chin resting on the comfort of his black-scaled knuckles while looking in front of him with indifferent cold eyes. He wasn't even targeting Felix as this was how he looked all the time. Here we go. Felix Maxwell answers to the elder dragon's summon. Felix introduced formally and as respectfully as possible. Chapter 1006 Mama Sphinx for the rescue. Sit. Elder Dragon said. Felix lifted his head and walked towards a single chair that was placed on a red carpet straight in front of the Elder Dragon. After Felix took his seat, he remained quiet, waiting for Elder Dragon to explain his reason for summoning him. Elder Dragon got straight to the point as he asked with an indifferent look, "What have you heard from the ancestor?" "Almost everything." Felix answered calmly, not bothering to hide the truth. He knew that it would be hard to completely lie to Elder Dragon, if so, might as well come out clean from the start. "I see." Elder Dragon knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, not liking the notion of an outsider knowing about most of their secrets. Especially, when some secrets targeted him and his reputation. "Elder, you don't have to worry about your secrets going out." Felix clarified, "Ancestor has told those secrets to my masters, not me." Elder Dragon was put slightly at ease at the sound of that. He understood that Felix wouldn't be able to expose their secrets when his masters were watching him. Not enough. Still, he wasn't completely at peace, it was to be expected. If Felix ever exposed that the Elder Dragon's strength was result from abusing his authority to consume 100,000 royal gemstones, chaos would cloud the entire galaxy. Not to mention other secrets about the ancient war and the fact that the ancestor dragon had actually committed suicide. In the Elder Dragon's eyes, Felix simply carried a gun full of ammo that could end their race. "I believe that you know about my masters." Felix frowned in displeasure, "I am requesting you not trust me but trust them." Felix understood Elder Dragon would never trust a human like him. After all, he had just scammed quarter of his race from their natural treasures and even put them in debt for the next decades. Felix had no issue with that. But, he believed that the moment he involved his masters, Elder Dragon should put down his worries immediately. If not, it was the same as assuming that Felix's masters were dishonest and not to be trusted. "In such matters, I only have trust in Queen Ai." Elder Dragon replied with an unfazed look, "Sign this, and you can leave." A holographic contract was forwarded to Felix. He read it for a few minutes until he was well versed with every term and the underlying impact of it. From his disgruntled expression, he didn't like the terms one bit. "Wu, if you signed this, you might die if your tongue slipped just once." Asna commentated. Asna wasn't downplaying the contract even slightly. It was so strict and dangerous, Felix doubted that he could survive signing it. It forbid him to mention any of the secrets to absolutely anyone. If he dared to even let out a single word about them, he would get killed straight away by the Queen without hesitation. "I am not signing this." Felix forwarded back the contract. You don't have another option. Elder Dragon stressed coldly while returning the contract to Felix. There are always other options. Felix sent back the contract again, not bothering to even glance it. Felix knew that the hardest thing to control were words. He refused to put himself in position where his life depended on watching his tongue 24/7. Sure, it was easier to control himself at the moment since his memory was still fresh, but the contract forced him to not discuss anything he heard from Ancestor Ymir for eternity. Child, the only reason you are still standing before me is because of your masters. Elder Dragon narrowed his eyes dangerously. What does that mean? Felix replied with an unfazed expression. I will keep your mouth shut one way or another, you better choose the easy method. Elder Dragon started emitting an authoritative pressure on Felix, forcing his muscles to stiffen immediately. This was enough to let Felix understand that he wasn't walking out of here unless he signed the contract. Elder Dragon cared less about matters related to his race. Felix could beat up his younger generation, he could scam his race and put them into a bit of financial crisis, and he could even harvest the entire dimensional pocket out royal gemstones. However, when Felix's matters affected him personally and put him at unease, there was no way he would remain as indifferent as always. If the only option to keep his reputation and authority intact was to remove Felix from the equation, he wouldn't hesitate to go for it. Just as Felix wanted to reply, Lady Sphinx closed her book gently and placed it on her lap. Then, she ordered from Felix, activate your bracelet synchronization. Upon hearing so, Felix smirked coldly in front of Elder Dragon and did as he was told. Immediately after, Lady Sphinx emerged on top of Felix as a gigantic realistic holographic image, forcing Elder Dragon to switch his focus to her. Lady Sphinx neither did she greet nor did she soften her tone. She eyed Elder Dragon expressionlessly and ordered, release your spiritual pressure while I am still asking nicely. Lady Sphinx, what's the meaning of this? Elder Dragon finally fixed his relaxed posture. No matter how proud and arrogant he was, he would never treat a primogenitor in the same manner as Felix. Release your spiritual pressure. Lady Sphinx stressed again, but this time she was staring daggers at Elder Dragon. Knowing that she wasn't messing around, Elder Dragon withdrew his spiritual pressure, allowing Felix to move and talk again. Still, Felix merely crossed his arms together and remained quiet. When Mama Sphinx gets involved, there was no need to do anything. This is your first and last time you attempt to bully my student. Lady Sphinx warned. Bullying? I am just looking out for my interest. Elder Dragon knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. I have given him an easy option to sign a contract and I will act that he doesn't know anything. I did this out of my respect for you. In other words, Elder Dragon wouldn't have even bothered to waste his time with Felix like this. The moment he exited the dimensional pocket, he would have erased him from existence whether he spoke with Ancestor Ymir or not. If you were respectful, you would have let things be when he told you that we won't let him spill anything. Lady Sphinx said. With all due respect, are you going to kill him if his tongue slipped? Elder Dragon sneered, I doubt you will even punish him. Elder Dragon was in his own right to be slightly paranoid. He understood that only Queen Ai would be completely unbiased and punish Felix if he dared to expose anything. Such a fear of a certain death would keep Felix remain quiet. On other hand, Felix wouldn't be too afraid if he knew that his masters were the ones watching over him, making him be a little lax. Firstly, I honestly don't give a crap about you or your race's secrets. Lady Sphinx eyed him coldly. Ymir told me personally about everything that happened. If you keep wasting my time with this nonsense, you won't need to worry anymore about my student's silence. Elder Dragon's expression couldn't help but turn a bit ugly after hearing such a blatant threat. Lady Sphinx literally told him that she would personally expose everything right now and here if he didn't drop this subject. Master really knows how to put a front. Felix chuckled. He understood that Lady Sphinx would never expose such intel in the open even if she was irritated by Elder Dragon. She wasn't doing so for his sake but simply because she didn't receive permission from Ancestor Ymir. Her character was that strong. But, Elder Dragon was too distrustful when it came to his reputation, making him believe that she was capable of going that far. Looks like I have to bring Elder Cherif into this. Elder Dragon said. Knowing that he was out of his league by addressing Lady Sphinx personally made Elder Dragon resort to his last option, seeking justice from his race sponsor, the Magma Primogenitor. Cherif was allowed to recruit any desiring dragon to represent him in the Champions Games, but in return, he had to side with the dragon race if they were involved with other primogenitors. No need, I will contact him myself. Lady Sphinx said calmly, let's see if he will take your side after knowing that you have attempted to kill my student in my presence. In my presence as well. Mine too. Abruptly, Thor, Hormungandr, and Fenrir all used the ghost feature to manifest above Felix with stern expressions. With Lady Sphinx added to the mix, all four of them resembled gods, toppling over Elder Dragon and making him unable to breathe properly. Only now did he realize that even Cherif wouldn't dare to push his weight around when four primogenitors were involved. If Cherif was ever contacted, Elder Dragon would most definitely get rebuked before everyone. No need, you have made your point. Elder Dragon eyed Felix coldly and said, you are dismissed. With pleasure. Felix turned around and walked towards the gate, not bothering to show any type of respect anymore to Elder Dragon. The moment he threatened him with his spiritual pressure, he stopped seeing him as a respectful elder. If it wasn't for your masters, you won't have such a guts to act like this. Elder Dragon sneered as he watched Felix reach the gate. Upon hearing so, Felix stopped immediately and turned his head around. You are right, without my masters I wouldn't have acted like this. But, without them, you wouldn't have acted like this as well. Felix scoffed. Elder Dragon was unable to retort as he knew that Felix was speaking the truth. Felix feared Elder Dragon but got bolder when his masters were around. Elder Dragon acted bolder only when Felix's masters weren't around. It might look like we are the same, but we are far from that. Felix smirked, I am able to reach your level and gain respect on my own, but you can't do the same against my masters. After all, there isn't enough royal gemstones for you to absorb even if you massacred the entire royal family. With one last nasty remark, Felix walked out of the throne chamber. Such a disrespectful remark should have been enough to have Felix get torched instantly, but, Elder Dragon could only grit his teeth and hold his anger from flaring up, knowing that his ending wouldn't be pleasant if he dared touch Felix in front of four primogenitors. No need to feel too agitated. Lady Sphinx spoke to him telepathically, when he reaches your level of strength, you are free to do as you please with him without worrying about us. Reach my level of strength. Elder Dragon sneered, you truly have unimaginable expectations for being one of the most rational individuals in the universe. Elder Dragon was certain that Felix wasn't going to even reach an 8 of his strength even if he had the help of 4 primogenitors. He wasn't crowned as the number 1 strongest in the alliance ever since its foundation for no reason. Millions of challengers much stronger than Felix battled him and were put in their place. In his eyes, Felix was merely another addition to his collection of losers. We will see about that. Lady Sphinx smiled without elaborating much. The reason she smiled was because of Felix's current thoughts. Daring to look down on me. Just wait, I will make sure to dethrone you in the most humiliating manner even recorded. Felix's eyes were shimmering with nothing but absolute spite as he made such a declaration. He was glad that his masters had his back, but Felix's pride made it impossible for him to accept it as the norm. In his eyes, this was the first and last time he would ever need their assistance when dealing with Elder Dragon, he vowed on it. Let's get the hell out of this galaxy. Chapter 1007 The Returnee System. Without a second thought, Felix entered his spaceship and took off from Zuham, not bothering to say his goodbyes to anyone. After his bad experience with Elder Dragon and Prince Domino, Felix realized that Royal Dragon's pride remained pure only when their self-interest weren't touched. He despised that greatly. The only one he was comfortable with was Prince Isa due to his pure childish mind, which had yet gotten affected by the dragon's superior pride. Felix didn't even feel comfortable with Anastasia since he realized that the only reason she was nice to him was due to his relation to Selphie. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have been welcomed or treated as nicely. Royal dragons and red dragons are truly entirely different creatures. Felix thought to himself as he traveled through the cosmos with a moderate speed. The only dragons that Felix had faced and felt that they had pure pride were red dragons. Summer Spirit had lost against Felix and still treated him with respect, unlike Price Arantis, Prince Domino, Forgo, and the list goes on. It makes sense. Asna shared, with the information that the royal family has about their past and current present, their pride felt fake, so, every time someone really contest it and show them they are better than them, they get desperate in trying to prove otherwise. On the opposite coin, the red dragons truly believe themselves as the best race to be born, making them secured about their pride even during defeat. That's one way to see it. Felix nodded. If he was in their place, he would also feel ashamed every single day at the thought that their race was born out of the leftovers from the first Dragon City destruction. At the thought that their cultivation system had disappeared and replaced with a shitty cannibalistic technique that's impossible to support everyone. The dragons have already lost their way with the disappearance of their cultivation system. Lady Sphinx said calmly, now, there is no difference between them and stronger species of lizards. Lady Sphinx had zero respect to current generation of dragons, which explained her tough way of handling Elder Dragon. If it was Elves Queen Alfreda Olafil, Dwarven Emperor Local, or Hive's Empress Scarlet, she would have softened her tone a bit. I only feel sympathy for Elder Ymir. Felix sighed. He tried his best to help them rise again to their former glory, but alas. So, have you chosen your next destination? Asna wondered as she watched Felix rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Felix's original plan favored traveling towards the Elvish Nine Realms first and then the Dwarven Galaxy. However, now that Selphie was in a closed training without any way of contacting her, he started wavering about his choice, especially when he knew that elves' closed training could last up to decades or even more due to their perceptive of time being different from humans. They live for 100,000 years if not more, making them consider decades to be merely a couple of years. Felix understood that without Selphie, he would be having trouble fitting in the Elvish Nine Realms, specifically, the first realm for Lund, where the High Elves live. It was even harder to access than Icarius Galaxy as it was reserved only for High Elves and those with direct invitation from the royal family. Even other races of elves were treated in the same manner. As much as I don't like that clingy B***tch, I doubt she is dumb enough to leave you on your own like this. Asna said. Well, she didn't mention anything in her message before entering closed training. Felix revisited the message and read it carefully again, as he thought, nothing was there. Maybe, she assumed that you won't have trouble gaining access because of your status. Mistress Candace suggested. It did make some sense. Felix's reputation and social status were extremely high. Even if he used his political status as the indirect leader of the Federation, he would be given the option to access the realm as a human ambassador. That's too limiting. Felix shook his head in disapproval before requesting, Master, how about you contact Lady Yggdrasil? In Felix's minds, Selphie would have definitely requested from her mother to handle his access. After all, there was no greater authority within the Elvish Nine Realms than Lady Yggdrasil. Ting ting. As expected, the moment Lady Sphinx reached out to Lady Yggdrasil, Felix received a royal emblem, which allows him access to all 9 realms with little to none limitations. It was the best visa given to outsiders and only the upper echelon of the alliance were allowed to have it. Even with Felix's status, he wasn't even in the waiting list to receive such emblem. Now I get it. Felix smiled as he envisioned Selphie's gentle face. Wanna die? Asna narrowed her eyes dangerously. Felix immediately erased Selphie's image from his mind and changed the subject by sharing, cough, I just realized that Selfa didn't personally invite me since she can't give out those royal emblems, only Queen Alfreda and Lady Yggdrasil had such authority. Then, why didn't she tell you about it in her message? Mistress Candace titled her head in confusion. Who knows? Maybe she was shy or was confident that I will seek help from her mother. Felix shrugged his shoulders and said, who cares, now we have our destination. Without further ado, Felix requested from Queen Ai to speed up towards the wormhole expressway that was connecting the Icarius galaxy with the Elvish 9 realms. Felix wasn't planning to travel through the void since the journey wouldn't take more than 15 days. Looks like my fight against Domino has been kept under lid. Felix said after entering the network and not seeing anything related to his latest battle. He thought that his battle and the wager would have gone viral by now, but every time he checked, no one mentioned anything about them. Not a single dragon will dare leak the news as it brings nothing but shame to them. Asna chuckled. True. Since the battle was being spectated only by dragons, it was easier to contain the news from going public. The dragons weren't known to brag about their losses. They did me a favor. Felix smiled, it's best that no one knows about my current stock of natural treasures. Felix didn't want to get irritated by everyone seeking to purchase those natural treasures off him. He barely had enough to get him past the 14th mark. For now, let's warm up with a couple of games. Felix didn't want to travel in the Void Realm because he was somewhat eager to test out all of his improvements in the dimensional pocket. Because of the wager, he wasn't able to test out any of the techniques he created on Prince Domino. Congratulations Sir Felix, you have been promoted to Radiant rank. However, the instant he entered the individual games tab, this announcement emerged before him. Queen. Why did I get promoted? Felix frowned, I believe I still have a couple of games to play in Diamond rank. Your current strength has deemed you eligible to be part of the returnee system. Queen Ai disclosed, for strong returnees that have exceeded the limit of strength imposed within each rank, the platform enforces them to get promoted to the appropriate rank that can support their strength to keep the competition as fair as possible. The returnee system, I completely forgot about it. Felix face-palmed. Felix already knew that the returnee system had been implemented after some games turned into slaughterhouses caused by single returnee players. If it wasn't for this system, Felix would have met with players capable of erasing his existence with a mere wave of a hand. After all, the platform didn't enforce anyone to play the games, players were only forced when they already spun the game's wheel. Before then, they could retire for decades to centuries if they wished. When those players decide to return from their retirement, most of them would have increased their strength to the point it enables them to step on players within their old rank. In the case of Felix, Queen Ai had calculated that his strength deemed him to be on a radiant level, saving the diamond players from the bullying of a lifetime. Damn it, I lost 3 wishes and so much more. Felix wasn't pleased one bit with this system even if it made sense. He thought that he could earn some easy wishes and coins while at the same time warming up with those diamond players. Too bad, now that he was put in Radiant rank, he would be fighting against peak-tier Radiant players because of his abnormally high MMR. In other words, even though Felix was merely a low-tier Radiant rank, he had already hit the soft summit of the platform in one go. You know, there are still the planetary games. Asna grinned evilly, I believe there is no returnee system there since the teams have the option to surrender. He, true. Felix grinned wickedly as well. Chapter 1008 The SG Alliance Complete Structure. Disclaimer, I suggest rereading Chapter 310, this is the Supremacy Games Alliance, as this chapter will dive deeper into inner structure of the Alliance. Felix didn't want to play the individual games at the moment since he had only 3 games before truly reaching the soft summit of the platform. When he hit peak-tier Radiant rank, he would have a promotional game that would decide if he was worthy to challenge Empyrean-ranked players and take their position or not. After all, Empyrean rank allow only top 500 players and nothing more. Felix didn't want to contest for the Empyrean rank as he knew that his strength was still lacking. Those top 500 players shouldn't be messed with as most of them were old monsters, who lived for 100,000 years to millions. In fact, there were rarely any Empyrean ranked games anymore as most of those monsters stopped attempting to climb higher, causing the ranks to be stagnant. There was activity only in the bottom 100 due to the new aspiring players, hoping to get promoted and join the best recognized players in the universe. Alas, all of them get clapped and demoted instantly. At the moment, Felix preferred switching platforms. He wasn't doing so for the sake of bullying other teams but to finally start working on helping his race advance in the alliance ranking. Looks like Noah has carried the team to diamond rank. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after checking his planet current ranking. How strong did he get? Felix wondered. Pretty strong. Mistress Candace answered, he has been transformed into a half-werewolf by Elder Fenrir. No wonder. Felix knew that transforming into half-werewolves rewarded with insane bonuses. If it was done by Fenrir, those enhancements would be even better. Without delay, Felix streamed a replay of the Earthlings team latest game. It was the promotional game to diamond rank. Felix couldn't help but show a startled expression as he watched Noah, teleporting through the battlefield as a 3-meter bulky half-werewolf and cutting through anyone in his path. The only reason he was making it look effortless was because he abused his ultimate ability, Absolute Zero. Each time he entered his opponent's range, he freezes them completely before slicing them apart with his claws. Olivia, Sylvia, and the others weren't just cheering him from the back, as they utilized their unique Primogenitor's abilities to hold at least 2 players. Even if their physical strength was adequate for such high-ranked games, their Primogenitor's abilities were still helpful. With a lot of luck and persistence, they managed to succeed in their promotion to the diamond rank. I doubt they can climb higher even with Noah's help. Asna commentated, they will start meeting with teams from the Hive race, Dragon race, Astrian race, and more races capable of playing with them to death. Indeed. Felix agreed. Felix knew that his team had been blessed to end up against mid-ranked races in their promotional game. Even then, Noah was worked to the bone to secure the victory. It's up to me to carry the team forward now. Felix narrowed his eyes. There are only 4 games before reaching Radiant rank. If I managed to help the team reach it, everything would change for the entire race. You talking about that platform? Asna wondered. Yes. Felix nodded with a serious expression. Felix knew that the moment a team reached the Radiant rank, it would unlock the most important and authoritative platform in the entire alliance. A platform that was more significant than individual or planetary platforms due to having serious consequences on entire races. It was called the Racial Supremacy Games platform. Ever since we joined the alliance as a race, this platform remained exclusive only to the top 20 strongest races in the universe. Felix smirked. It's finally time for the human race to grace the stage and start fighting for our place in the alliance. You see, most races were either fully utility-based such as the witch race, or weak to be considered as a vital member of the alliance like the human race. For the utility races, they didn't even require joining the games and battles as their contributions to the alliance were high enough to secure them a spot at the upper echelon. As for the combative races, their only hope to climb the alliance and join the inner circle was the PSG platform. The way for those races to climb the alliance ladder was for their backgrounds to collect as much SG points as possible. Those SG points were the lifeline of each race in the alliance. In the case of the human race, there were 100,000 teams if not more, each representing a planet, a nation, a country, an alliance, etc. However, only a mere 0.000001% of those teams were actually providing SG points for their race to climb higher in the ladder. That's because only the teams, which managed to join the universal PSG platform and contest against teams from other races, were allowed to earn those points. The majority were struggling at the roots, fighting against other human teams for the sake of helping their own nations earn wishes and resources to advance themselves. Most importantly, to avoid getting kicked out of the alliance after the soft reset. Although a tiny portion of teams were providing SG points for the human race, they were still considered in the top 30 most important races in the alliance because of their other contributions. They helped monetize the UVR and alliance, they provided the most adaptive and hard-working workers in the universe, and they were also considered to be one of the biggest exporters of affordable spaceships, weapons, defensive systems, and other useful technologies. All of this rewarded them with SG points and helped them remain in the inner circle of the alliance even if their teams were absolutely dog-sh*t. However, this merely affixed their race at the bottom of the top 30 rank, making them unable to climb higher. Since the inner circle of the alliance was only for the top 30 races, Felix understood that his race was always on the risk of getting thrown to the outer circle. If this ever happened, their authority and voting power would be stripped away, making them no different from the slimes, goblins, and other races with no say in the SG Alliance matters. Felix had no intentions of losing such authority right after he offended the big boss of the alliance. He knew that if Elder Dragon was petty about it, he would make his entire race pay for it if he was given the chance. After all, as the number 1 player of the individual platform, he was considered as the 11th member in the 10 rulers, giving him an additional vote on the others. He wasn't called the big boss for no reason. I believe the Great Reset is still far away. Asna inquired, how far are you planning to raise your race rank before then? Rank 20 is a stretch, maybe 24 or 23. Felix answered after giving it some thought. There were 2 resets in the SG Alliance, the soft reset that happen on yearly basis and the Great Reset that occurs every decade. In the soft reset, the 10,000 bottom feeders of the SG Alliance get thrown into the wilderness, losing the Alliance's protection and benefits. Whatever happened to them then was their own problem. On the other hand, the Great Reset affect races in the Alliance as a collective. After each decade passes, the race rankings get changed based on the SG points gathered in that duration. This reset was applicable to even the 10 rulers. For example, if the witches failed to concoct and sell their potions for the next 10 decade, their total of SG points would be crap compared to the races beneath them. This would cause them to have their position as one of the top 10 rulers get taken from them in the next cycle. After each race stabilize in their new rank, their total of SG points get reset to 0. The cycle would start anew and repeat again and again after each decade. The SG Alliance remained stable and peaceful because of this fair structure. In addition, with the unbiased Queen AI responsible over the calculation of SG points, not a single race start trouble after they get demoted or such. The algorithm used for calculation was perfected over the years, making it close to impossible for Queen AI to make errors. The most efficient way to gain SG points is to tramp on other teams in the racial games. Felix scratched his chin, but the difficulty of games there is unparalleled to any other platform. I have no one in my side at the moment. Felix understood that Noah still need more time to develop to offer his services in this ultimate platform. So, if he ever got access to the racial platform, he would be on his own against teams made out of 10 members. He knew that they would be made out of the best each race could offer. The only fortunate news was that the Empyrean ranked players rarely participate in those games since the ranks in the Alliance had been stagnated for a very long time. For those old monsters, they wouldn't care too much about those games unless their race's rank was threatened. For now, let's finish those 4 diamond games as fast as possible. Chapter 1009 Rejoining the Earthling Team. Without further ado, Felix teleported towards the new Earthling team's headquarters in the UVR. It resembled the headquarters in the real world greatly as it was also on an island. In the center of the island, the main building that resembled a water drop was built as well. Felix took a hover platform and rode it casually towards the drop, not bothering to alert anyone about his arrival. Welcome back, Sir Felix. The drop AI greeted. Felix nodded with an easygoing smile as he entered through the drop's entrance after his bracelet was scanned. The instant he got in, he ran into Hina Suzuki and William Bentley, riding on their hover platforms towards the gate. Felix. Hina's eyes widened in disbelief the instant she spotted Felix. William's reaction was no different as he was also left stunned by Felix's sudden appearance. How is it going, guys? Felix greeted with a faint smile as he parked near them. Skeptical, Hina narrowed her eyes and span around Felix, having a bit of trouble believing that Felix would bother come down here. Leo, you really deserve a beating, haven't we warned you to not disguise as Felix to prank us again? Wait, what? Felix replied speechlessly, not expecting such a response after his long absence. Hina, stop it. William smiled politely and gave Felix a handshake. Welcome back, Captain. Thanks. Felix chuckled, looks like Leo was making trouble while I was gone. You have no idea. William inquired, are you here for a brief visit? No, I will be staying for a while. Felix replied. Great, we were on our way to the beach. William smiled as he invited, we have a barbecue party to celebrate our promotion. I hope you join us. Barbecue party. Felix agreed eagerly, I can't say no to barbecued ribs. Only after seeing that Felix and William were going ahead of her did Hina finally break out of her daze. Wait for me. After a short while, Felix had reached the beach and was taken aback by the festivities in it. The party wasn't small in the slightest as everyone with a role to help the Earthling team get promoted was invited. From the staff members to the ESC organization's members. Loud music was played in the background as many chefs were making hamburgers, barbecued ribs, salads, and more delicious food. Some were eating and some were having fun by swimming or playing beach volleyball. Guys, look who we brought! Hina shouted as she waved her hands at Olivia, Sylvia, and the rest of the team. The moment they turned around and spotted Felix looking around him with his known easygoing smile, they immediately halted whatever they were doing. Captain! Leo and Rolandinho jumped from the water akin to fish and sprinted towards Felix with excited expressions. The rest of the team followed them as well, leaving everyone else to watch from afar, not daring to approach Felix. I missed you guys. Felix said as he hugged his teammates one by one. You should have visited more often then. Sylvia chided as she hugged him briefly. My bad, my bad. Felix chuckled. He didn't want to tell them that he had spent an entire century without meeting them. Where is my little Oli? Felix wondered as he glanced around the crowd. I am here. Olivia waved her hand from the back, letting Felix see only her fingers. Are you not planning to get taller or what? Felix mused as he pushed his way through the crowd. When he reached Olivia and saw that her eyes were a bit watery, his expression softened and patted her in the head just like he always did. I missed you, dummy. Olivia sniffled as she hugged Felix tightly. I know, I am here now. Felix smiled bitterly as he returned the hug. Felix always had a soft spot for Olivia no matter how strong or how far he got in life. She was his childhood friend and the only one in the family, who didn't shun him even when he was being a pain in the ass. It might be seen as nothing, but for young Felix, who had no one besides him, it was everything. If it were up to him, he would have definitely helped Olivia find her own path forward just like Noah instead of getting stuck here. Alas! Primogenitor's time was precious, and they refused to waste it on just anyone. So, you finally decided to rejoin the planetary games. Did something happen? Sylvia raised an eyebrow in surprise after hearing Felix's announcement. The rest of the team were also pretty startled by it, they thought that Felix merely decided to check on them and leave again. Nothing happened. Felix smiled, I was just worried about you guys not making it out alive in next Diamond Games, we already suffered some unfortunate losses. The atmosphere turned gloomy and remorseful after Felix mentioned deaths. Throughout their planetary games, the team hadn't got out of them completely unscathed. They had lost tens of secondary members during games that required more than 10 members, to make matters worse, they had also lost a couple of main members. Edaf, Arno, and Zhang Wei, may you rest in peace, brothers. Leo wished with a saddened tone as he lifted his glass. The others lifted their glasses as well, toasting for the dead silently. Even with the surrender option available in the planetary games, deaths were still bound to occur. Fortunately, with Noah's upgrades, no one died in the latest games, making the team feel somewhat at ease. You guys have done more than enough, and I am truly proud of you. Felix smiled genuinely as he offered, but, for the next Diamond Games, I suggest that you let me take care of them alone. Everyone went quiet after hearing Felix's request. They wanted to retort and tell him that he had no right to keep them at side after finally reaching this far. But even the dumbest of them understood that Felix was doing this just for this safety. Ah, this really sucks balls. We finally get to fight alongside the captain, and it happens to be in Diamond Games. Leo threw a rock at the beach in frustration. No matter how brash and crude Leo was, he knew his limitations very, very well. From their latest promotion game, he understood that none of them was ready to face the terrors in the diamond rank. I believe that only Noah is capable of offering some assistance to Felix. Sophie expressed in derision, for the rest of us, we will only be there for numbers. Captain, can't you do something about this? Ronaldinho requested, I believe that the Phantom organization can help us become like Noah if you recommended us. Yes. We will really provide great help if each of us managed to reach Noah's current strength. Felix could only smile wryly in his mind, not knowing how he should break out the truth to them. The lie about the Phantom organization had gone too far. He could see that his teammates were still holding into hope of being picked by the organization. In their eyes, if Noah was picked and turned into a half-werewolf while also given the complete mythical bloodline, then there was a chance for them as well. However, if Felix came clean and told them about the Primogenitors, he knew that it would break them. They are bound to know the truth eventually. Asna advised, better tell them now. I disagree. Felix shook his head, if I tell them now, they will know that their future path has been cut off. It's best to leave them with some hope until the day I figure out a way for humans to get stronger as a collective. Stripping them of that bit of hope would be the most evil thing ever to do at the moment. So, Felix answered them with, I will see what I can do, but, don't keep your hopes up. This was enough to make everyone feel enthusiastic. Tomorrow morning, I will be spinning the wheel. Felix changed the subject swiftly, I will decide then on the team members based on the game and our opponents. Although Felix said that he wanted to take the Diamond Games alone, it didn't mean that he would be allowed by the platform to enter without the appropriate numbers. Looks like we will be fighting for the front row seats of Live Massacre. Sophie giggled. You are too optimistic. Leo snickered, I doubt any team wouldn't instantly surrender after finding out about our captain's participation. I second that. Chapter 1010 Everyone wants in. The next morning, Felix, Olivia, and the rest of the Earthling team were all gathered in the council hall that resembled a white egg. Even Noah and the secondary members were attending the meeting. Now that the captain has returned, I will leave things in his hands. George said with a wide smile as he walked to the side of the podium. Although George's strength was incomparable to the Earthling team, he was still kept around as the head coach due to his great contribution to the team. Felix nodded in appreciation and stood in front of the podium. He looked around him and saw less familiar faces than the ones he used to know. It was quite normal. Besides the main team members, the rest of the team members were completely replaced by much stronger players. After all, the Earthling team was now the capital of the Federation. In other words, it was representing the entire Federation and all backgrounds within it instead of just one planet. This meant only the best of bloodliners of the Federations were recruited to join the team. Even Kenny got sacked and replaced. Felix thought to himself, fate really works in mysterious ways. I haven't aimed at him or done anything to him, yet he ended up fading in the background on his own. Felix was a firm believer of giving people second chances even if they had done the most horrible things ever. After all, he was given the biggest second chance in the history of the universe. It was only fair to give Kenny a second chance and not kill him off in this timeline because of the wrongdoings in the previous timeline. With how things developed, he couldn't betray Earthlings even if he wanted. Asna chuckled. True. In Felix's previous life, Kenny was the final straw that caused Earth to get kicked out of the SG Alliance and get forced to fall under the rulership of the Alexander Kingdom. Although there was no evidence, everyone knew that Kenny had thrown the game. It was a football-based game and Kenny had missed the goal even though he had the perfect opportunity to score. If that goal was scored, Earthling team would have tied and remained in the game. Alas! If this were all, everyone would have been merely pissed off at Kenny instead of accusing him for throwing the game. What exposed him was the fact that he was given a high-tiered citizenship in the Alexander Kingdom and enough capital to live his life in retirement. Just like everyone else, Felix despised Kenny for betraying the Earthlings at the most critical moment of their lives. If they had won the last game, they would have survived the soft reset and be given an entire year to fix their ranking before the next reset. That's why Felix was always keeping an eye on him at the very start, believing that he might pull the same shit. Since Kenny hadn't done anything wicked in this timeline yet, it only reaffirmed Felix's belief that Kenny wasn't evil at heart. He was simply forced by the circumstances. Sure, what he did was unforgivable, but Felix was not entitled to judge him since he had also betrayed Earth by changing his citizenship to join the Bloodline clan in the Mariana Empire. What's done is done. Felix smiled faintly. I don't care what he is up to right now. Nothing he does can harm me or those I care about. Since Kenny faded in the background, it was better to leave him there. Captain! Sylvia called after seeing Felix staring at them absent-mindedly for a while. Oh, sorry about that. Felix woke up from his daze and announced calmly, my main goal for coming back is hit Radiant rank and join the racial games. Everyone almost choked on their saliva after hearing his shocking and daring proclamation. When they heard that Felix was planning to join them, they expected him to play a couple of games and disappear on them again. Felix, you're kidding, right? George asked. I don't have time for jokes. Felix said with a stern tone, some races have 10 to 20 teams in the racial games and helping their race farm SG points, meanwhile, we don't even have one. It's time for us humans to join the competition. Although his words were aspiring, it still didn't change the fact that everyone here was scared shitless by the implication of his decision. Who could blame them? They understood that the racial games required 10 members in each team. This meant that even if Felix was going to fight alone in those games, he needed 9 other players to fill up the numbers. They didn't mind doing so in the Diamond Games since they were fully confident that Felix would terrorize everyone. But in the racial games? It was thoroughly different. They would be going against 10 players with at least a peak-tier Radiant rank under their belt. No matter how confident they were in Felix, they understood that he couldn't fight and protect them at the same time against those monsters, who move at least 5 times the speed of sound. You guys think I can't protect you? Felix promised, you don't have to worry, I give you my word that you won't lose a single hair strand. Of course, if you are still not comfortable to enter such battlefield, I won't force either of you. Felix wouldn't hold it against them even if everyone decided to ditch on the team. He understood that he was asking them to put their lives in his hands. No one would be too comfortable by such thought. I'm in. Leo expressed with a faint smirk, I heard that the racial games offer wishes to all team members in addition to other great benefits, I can't say no to such freebies. Haha. I totally forgot about that. Ronaldinho announced with a heartedly laugh, count me in as well. Now that they were reminded that the risk they would take wouldn't go rewardless, most of the team members' eyes lighted up. One by one, they started raising their hands in the air while expressing their desire to join the racial games. In their eyes, they would be getting rewards without even needing to lift a finger in the racial games. Though, the downside was the fact that they could die at any given moment without even knowing how it happened. For now, let's finish the Diamond Games. After he saw that most of the team had agreed, Felix manifested 2 holograms, one was showing the Earthling team's state and the other showed the green button to spin the wheel. / picture, the planet's picture taken from outer space. Name, the Earthling team, representing the Mariana Federation. Flag, picture. Titles, none. Date of creation, May 2, 2026. Address, third planet in 788G Solar System, 97th Stellar District, Mariana Federation Territory, in the Milky Way Galaxy. Team members list, C. Felix Maxwell / VC Sylvia Ivanov / MT Olivia Maxwell / MT Noah Maxwell / MT / press on the name for more information. Average integration level, unknown. Rank, low tier diamond. About, the capital planet to the Mariana Federation. Games played, 12. Wins, 10. Loss, 2. Win streak, 007. Loss streak, 000. Eliminations, 038 //. The team's stats are quite great. It's unfortunate that you have lost the winning streak bonus, but it's still a good result. Felix praised as he checked the stats again. He knew that not a single team in human history had such results even when Origin Bloodliners were involved. After all, there weren't many Origin Bloodliners in the galaxy and most of them weren't too interested in meaningless climb in the SG platform. In their eyes, it wasn't worth risking their lives after going through so much crap to finally break through to the Origin realm. That's why not a single Origin Bloodliners had volunteered to join the Earthling team and assist them in the climb even though they had reached the diamond rank. Let's restart our winning streak again. Felix proclaimed with a confident smirk as he spanned the format wheel before everyone. Ting ting ting. Congratulations on picking sports format. Before anyone could react, Felix spanned the second wheel and brought it into a halt almost instantaneously. Congratulations on picking elemental rugby game. / game format, sports. Game name, elemental rugby. Participants number, 2. The integration allowed, no limits. Ranks allowed, diamond. The game map, an artificial random stadium. Surprise edition, no. Prizes pool, high-grade stones, peak-grade stones, Potion of Lust, Space Tower G12 Blueprint, Red Plasma Defensive System Blueprint, etc. Rules of the game. 1. Only 23 players are allowed from each team. 15 on the field / 8 as substitutes. 2. Battles unrelated to possession of the ball are punishable by the referee. 3. Abilities going past a certain level of destructiveness aren't allowed. 3. If a player got permanently expelled or died in the match, the coach / manager of the team could use a substitute to bring the numbers back up. 4. Game points could be earned through goals, successful tackles, steals, and blocks. 5. The match would last 80 minutes. The game will goes into sudden death in case of a draw. 6. Normal goals are worth 3 points / stylish goals are worth 7 points. 7. The team with the most points will win the match. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants / Who wants in? Felix asked. Me. I am in. Pick me, Captain. Without an ounce of hesitation, everyone lifted their hands in the air with eyes shimmering with brilliant light. This game was as safe as it could get since they wouldn't be in danger as long as they didn't touch the ball. In other words, they would be earning the rewards out of this game without any kind of risks. Chapter 1011 The Glorious Return of the Lord. Seeing that no one wanted to back down, Felix let Queen AI pick his teammates randomly. Naturally, the main team members were already included. After 23 teammates got picked, Felix requested from Queen AI, "Please mark us as ready for the game." "Are you certain?" "Yes." Felix confirmed. "Done, you will be informed 1 hour before the start of the game if the other team had given up on their preparation period as well," Queen AI disclosed. "Well, Let's hope so. Felix wished. Although Felix wanted to conclude the Diamond Games in the next 15 days, he understood that depended heavily on luck. In each game, the teams were given a moderate period of preparation. The teams were allowed to use their period fully even if their opponents had already declared their readiness to start the game. Thankfully, their opponent marked their readiness in the third day. This usually oozed a good level of confidence in their strength since the teams had no idea about their opponent's identity until they meet face to face in the game hall. Hehe, we are against the Earthling team. Tisk, if we had known we will be against them, we would have marked our readiness in the first second. Looks like they are a bit mistaken about the level difference between Diamond and Platinum rank. In the game hall, a large group of noble vampires were discussing out loud as they kept eyeing Olivia, Noah, and the rest. None of them seemed a bit worried or afraid that they met with the Earthling team. After all, it was known knowledge in the universe that Felix had ditched the Earthling team and wasn't too concerned with its matters. Am I imagining stuff or are they giving us sympathetic looks? A vampire with a short grey hair and bloodish eyes suddenly frowned. The rest of his teammates' expression changed for the worse as well after noticing the same. In their minds, the Earthling team should be quivering in fear or at least have solemn expressions. Not stare at them like they were watching dead men walking. Are they missing someone? I counted only 22. The instant the vampires' team captain said so, a brilliant flash of light manifested in front of the Earthling team. Sorry, I am late. I was taking a piss. Felix emerged from the flash of light with an easygoing smile. The moment the vampires saw Felix and his unique known mutations, their already pale skin turned paler like they had just seen the Grim Reaper in his flesh. Landlord, it's landlord. One of the vampires kept stuttering with eyes filled with nothing but absolute horror as he pointed his shaky finger at Felix. Will you look at that? Felix laughed with a delighted look. Isn't it my favorite race in the whole universe? Upon hearing his dreadful sarcastic voice, the vampires' souls left their bodies as their minds started to show them memories of Felix's barbaric dealings with other vampires. It was like trying to warn them to get the F***ck out of here as fast as possible. What the hell is he doing here? Oh my god, we are going to get slaughtered. Captain! We have to surrender. Please. I am not going in the same arena as that monster. The vampire's telepathic chat was going haywire with terrified screams and begging. This was nothing but a natural reaction to seeing the monster, who slayed even royal dragons in their own turf. To make matters even more harrowing, those royal dragons were ranked as peak-tier radiant players. If only they knew about Prince Domino's fate, they would have honestly pissed their pants in fright. Be quiet and stand tall. Your behavior isn't befitting of noble vampires. The vampires' team captain chided them with a cold tone, plus, no matter how much you beg, we can't surrender until we demonstrate that we don't have any other options to win. Although surrender was an option in the planetary games, the teams didn't have the freedom to use it as they pleased. Only after Queen Ai had deemed that their chances to win the game were obsolete would she accept their surrender plea. After being reminded as so, most of the vampires tried their best to hide the fear in their eyes and establish their elegant appearance. That's what I like to see. Felix praised with a sincere tone as he eyed the vampires. There is no need to feel afraid of me. I can't use my mass destructive abilities and can't harm anyone without the ball in his possession. So, you guys can win this if you gave it your all. Felix concluded his speech by cheering them with a thumbs up. Whether it was the vampires or Felix's teammates, all of them were left at loose for words. Knowing that Felix was a big bully made them unable to understand his reasoning for his supportive intentions. I don't know whether this bastard is making fun of us or not. The vampires' team captain smiled coldly, but he does have a solid point. The rules are to our advantage as they limit his strengths immensely. Since his teammates are trash, we can use them to drag him down. Plus, the condition to win the game is to score goals. We just have to focus on that, and we might pull this off. With Felix's speech and their captain's speech, the vampire's eyes were finally showing glimmer of hope about this game. He, that's right, feel hopeful my little targets. Felix grinned widely in his mind, how can I test out my new techniques if you will surrender immediately? Asna rolled her eyes at his dastardly behavior and returned to watching her drama, not too interested in watching him practice his techniques. In a short while, the judge of this game appeared above everyone and greeted them. The judge was called Miss Dacia. She was from the Spider-kin and was quite polite and kind, especially when dealing with Felix like she was treating her boss. This made the vampires' team upset, but they couldn't raise their voices as she controlled their fate in the game. After the rules were explained in a Q/A segment, the teams were finally sent down to the stadium. Noah. 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 Artemis. 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 Immediately after Felix opened his eyes in the green field, his sensitive ears picked two recurring names from the chaotic chants of the wild fans. Looks like Noah has grown a stable fan base in this platform. Felix chuckled as he watched Noah react expressionlessly towards the love shown to him by his fans. It did make sense as Noah was currently considered as one of the prides of the human race due to his contributions for the Earthling team. Alas, it didn't take even a couple of seconds before the spectators went quiet, having their mouths wide agape at the sight of Felix's face being placed in the big screen. Whether they were vampires, viewers or humans, all of them felt chills course on their spine. The only difference was that the humans' reaction was out of pure excitement and thrill while the vampires were out of fright and shock. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is a special case as we have a true celebrity among us. Miss Dacia smiled widely and announced passionately, give your loudest applause to the one and only, the Dragon Slayer and the undefeated King, Landlord. Whoa. Clap clap clap. Just like their switches were being flipped, the spectators screamed at the top of their lungs while smashing their hands together until they turned crimson red just like their cheeks. Then, there was no Noah, no Artemis, just a single unified chant that rocked the entire stadium and made the green grass dance with the vibration. Landlord. 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 In the presence of the true king, the peasants could only bow their heads in respect. Chapter 1012 Sniper Rifle V3. Whoa, Captain is really too popular. Leo commentated with an odd expression as he watched the crowd going wild for Felix, cheering like their lives depended on it. All of this while no one had any idea about Felix's participation in the game. Sophie stated, if his fans knew about his return, they would have already bought the entire stadium. She was right, the viewers had no clue about the identity of the players in each game, though, they could guess based on the repeating players in each game. In the case of Felix, he was forgotten to be even part of the Earthling team list after his long absence. Quick! Share the news with our brothers and sisters. I am already spamming the link in every social media platform. Haha! Thank God my lord didn't announce his return beforehand, I would have never gotten my ticket. Felix's fans in the stream chat didn't keep the news to themselves, sharing the link in Felix's fan club. Since the club had close unfathomable number of members, the news went viral instantly throughout the entire galaxy and then followed by the universe. The empty seats in the stadium were filled in the blink of an eye by Felix's fans. As for the stream chat, it was completely rated by billions, then hundreds of billions, and before long, the concurrent viewership had hit 1 trillion. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I really struck the jackpot with Daddy Landlord. Miss Dacia was so ecstatic by the numbers of viewers in her game, she wanted to go down and give Felix a big old kiss. She ought to feel this way as her commission from this game alone would rival that of Peak Radiant Games simply because of Felix's attendance. After the hype died down, Miss Dacia teleported next to Felix and attempted to interview him. However, Felix rejected it politely and waited patiently for the game to start. Miss Dacia couldn't force Felix for an interview, making her switch to the vampires' team captain, Artemis. Still, all of her questions were about Felix, which displeased Artemis and his teammates. After 30 minutes of grueling questions, Miss Dacia concluded the interview by asking, from 0% to 100%, how confident are you in winning this game? 60%. Artemis answered calmly. Felix's fans instantly started to laugh their asses off, causing the vampire's face to turn slightly red in embarrassment. Laugh all you want, but we will show you. Artemis shoved away the mic from his face and went to join his teammates. We can't wait to see what you hid in your pockets for us. Miss Dacia remarked loudly before returning to her platform. Without delay, she snapped her finger and kicked off the substitute players out of the main field, leaving only the original 15 members. Felix and the others were all wearing blue and white jerseys, making them truly resemble a rugby team. What's the plan? Sylvia asked telepathically. You guys choose a corner and hang around there until the end of the game. Felix said causally, as long as you don't touch the ball, no one will touch you. Well, this isn't going to feel good, but there is no other option. Leo shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the leftmost corner of the field, then, he sat down and leaned against the glass dome that was around the field. Fighting, Felix? Olivia cheered cutely before going next to Leo. Don't play too much with them. Good luck, Captain. The others left their own remarks as they went away too. Before long, only Noah was left next to Felix. You're staying? Felix asked. Noah nodded silently. All right. Felix cracked his knuckles and said, though, you probably won't be needing to do much. Unresponsive, Noah transformed into his werewolf form, turning him from a charming ice prince into a monstrous creature. We will be flipping for the ball possession. Miss Dacia eyed Felix and requested, heads or tails? Heads. Miss Dacia flipped the coin, and it ended up with tails, causing the vampires to feel a small sense of victory. The ball is your. Miss Dacia manifested a rugby ball in Artemis' hands. Artemis walked to the center of the field, that stretched for at least 10 kilometers, and waited for his teammates to get into their formation. Meanwhile, Felix and Noah remained at the far back, somewhat close to goal line. Somewhat like American football, rugby required the players to cross the goal line with the ball. Though, they weren't allowed to throw the ball forward to their teammates, only backward. If they wanted to send it to the front, they had to use their legs. Although this was an elemental rugby, those ironclad rules must be respected. 10, 9, 8. The moment Miss Dacia saw that everyone was ready, she started counting backward with the viewers. 3, 2, 1, kick off. Cover me. Without hesitation, Artemis charged forward while being followed closely by his teammates. Since it was against the rules to surpass the ball carrier, his teammates remained behind him and provided protection by creating sticky veils of blood that acted like a shield and a cover. It did its job quite well as it hid Arantis perfectly. Still, Felix wasn't fazed in the slightest. He simply extended his arm forward and mewed softly, "Sniper Rifle V3." Under the curious looks of Noah, his teammates, and the viewers, a crystallized long white sniper rifle was created on his extended arm. Although the sniper rifle did resemble the real thing a great deal, there were many differences, such as there was no trigger and the barrel was extremely long, reaching at least 2 meters. Yet, the sniper rifle didn't shake even an inch in Felix's grasp, appearing as stable as it was placed on the ground. Upgraded railgun rings. Abruptly, the long barrel of the sniper rifle was surrounded by at least 20 small rings of electricity. The electrical rings started big from the back of the barrel and kept shrinking in size until they reached the muzzle. 12 adamantine bullets. Felix snapped his finger and sniper rifle magazine was filled with long pointy white crystallized bullets. The last one was placed right in the chamber. Felix turned on his infrared vision and aimed the sniper rifle on Artemis' skull. Since the distance between them was still a few kilometers away, the vampires weren't capable of seeing what Felix was holding as the electricity made it hard to see the gun. Still, they warned their captain, whose vision was also hindered by their protective barrier. "Captain, I think it's better to keep the ball moving between us to make it hard for landlord to hit any of us," his vice-captain suggested with a wary expression. "You are right, it's time to switch." Artemis agreed and turned around to his teammates, wanting to throw the ball. Alas! Just as the ball was about to leave his fingers, his head had exploded akin to a watermelon, spreading the brain matters, bones fragments, blood and other juices all over the ball and his nearby teammates. Kaboom! A split second later, a booming explosion akin to a thunderclap resounded throughout the entire stadium, dumbfounding everyone alike. The bloodied ball fell from the tips of Artemis' fingers and landed on the green grass, dirtying it as well. Thud! Artemis's corpse followed it shortly, falling right on top of the ball, appearing like a rugby player trying to protect the ball until his teammates arrived to help him. What a clean headshot! Felix smiled happily after seeing the results of his new technique, Sniper Rifle V3. He pushed the next bullet in the sniper's chamber and aimed at the ball with an eager look, waiting for the next player to pick it up. Unfortunately, not a single vampire dared to get close to the ball. In fact, they put as much distance as they could, treating it like a plague. "Vice-Captain, did you see anything?" One of the vampires gulped a mouthful in fear as he kept looking at Felix and his captain's corpse back and forth. "I don't know, and I don't want to know," the vice-captain replied while his heart was beating as fast as a sprinting horse. Artemis' abnormal and sudden death was more than enough to shatter any kind of confidence he had in this game. Unlike his captain, he was more interested in keeping his head as a one piece. We surrender! We surrender!" He started shouting loudly, not caring at all about his image or elegance. His cry of surrender had finally woken up the viewers from their shock, making them scream with feverish expressions. Unlike the vampires, they knew exactly what happened and that made it even more impressive and overwhelming in their eyes. Oh my god, the bullet was traveling at 20 times the speed of sound. Miss Dacia shared with a look filled with disbelief, how can anyone dodge such a thing? Chapter 1013 The World Tree, Yggdrasil. Unbeknownst to Miss Dacia and the shocked viewers, the bullet hadn't even reached half of its maximum acceleration due to the limited distance. Hey, what do you mean by surrender? Get your shit together! Felix scolded from afar after seeing that the vampires were all requesting to surrender loudly. He still had many untested techniques and the vampires were already attempting to run away. Your request has been denied, Queen AI disclosed. Fortunately, Queen AI deemed that the vampires still had a chance to win the game because of their large numbers. Just because the captain died, it didn't mean that the team had completely lost hope. Greedy bastards! Wasn't it enough to put us against a monster? The vampire's vice-captain cursed furiously. He understood that SG Alliance wasn't concerned with their safety or life whatsoever, but only viewership, entertainment, and money. In other words, they wouldn't be able to surrender until the game was truly deemed unwinnable. Stay away from the ball and let them score goals, the vampire's vice-captain ordered, knowing exactly what he needed to do to survive through this game. But, if we do this, Queen AI would consider as throwing the game and punish us even heavily. I know, just attempt to make some blocks from a distance. When Felix saw that the vampires had all sprinted towards the edges of the field, he knew what they were trying to do. Noah, you want some free points? Felix asked. Noah nodded. Go pick the ball and sprint towards the goal line. Felix smirked faintly, leave the rest to me. Without an ounce of hesitation, Noah bent his knees until veins popped out on his thighs and then charged towards the ball at the top of his speed. Not slowing down in the slightest, Noah swooped the ball with one hand and continued his sprint in direction of the goal line. Marcus, you handle this round. Vampire's vice-captain ordered. Why me? Marcus gulped a mouthful in dread as he eyed Felix from a distance. Just fire a blood needle at that dirty half-werewolf. Landlord won't be able to react fast enough and kill you. Knowing that he couldn't argue with the vice-captain authority, Marcus could only bite the bullet and do as he was told. Though, he went an extra mile for his safety and manifested a thick 5 meters wall of crystallized blood to defend himself against Felix's bullets. Then, he created a tiny blood needle and fired it immediately at Noah. Before the blood needle could cross half its distance, Marcus felt a sudden pain in his chest followed by a sense of emptiness. With a dazed expression, he looked down and realized that his torso had a humongous circular hole. Kaboom! Crash! Before his mind could process the situation, the thunderous noise of the sniper rifle resounded loudly in his ears, followed by the noise of his crystallized wall blowing out into fragments. When his teammates turned to look at him, they saw him getting showered by the crystallized blood fragments, burying him under a giant mountain of rubble. Ting ting ting! The stadium was encased in celebratory fireworks after Noah passed through the goal line, scoring his team a goal worth 3 points. Yet, no one was paying attention to him as everyone's eyes were affixed on Felix's sniper rifle that was emitting smoke from the muzzle due to the bullet friction with the barrel. We are doomed. The vampire's vice-captain fell on his knees with a face filled with nothing but despair. If even playing defensively wasn't working, what else were they supposed to do? His reaction was no different from the rest of his teammates, who felt like they were merely practice targets for Felix's accuracy. Queen! Isn't this enough? We can't win this **T. Calculating your odds, calculation over, you may surrender. Just like he saw a ray of sunshine through the clouds, the vampire's vice-captain's eyes reflected a brilliant shimmer at Queen Ai's announcement. Without an ounce of hesitation, he shouted loudly, "We surrender." This time it was approved by Queen Ai. Congratulations to the Earthling team, you have emerged victorious due to the opponent forfeit. Queen Ai announced out loud, causing Felix's expression to turn sour immediately. **CKU, landlord. I wish you get bullied in the same manner in your Radiant games." The vampire's vice-captain didn't forget to leave a hateful remark before escaping with his tail between his legs. All the vampires teleported outside the stadium, still fearing that Felix might blow their heads off. I barely warmed up. Felix sighed while breaking his sniper rifle into light particles. He thought that going against diamond-ranked teams, he would at least test out some techniques before he reached the racial games. I should aim straight to racial games if I want some real workout. This unsatisfactory ending had made drop out any thought of having some training in the diamond rank. He truly underestimated his level up. For the next 3 diamond games, Felix had installed terrors in the hearts of his opponents with merely his sniper rifle. He didn't need to rely on his physical strength, his battle axe, or even other abilities. The sniper rifle was enough to cause his opponents to forfeit to save themselves from getting sniped. Though, Felix's rampage in the planetary platform had risen a massive backlash from many races as they called him an abuser and a bully. Felix didn't give a shit about those losers' hateful remarks, knowing that it was near impossible to win an argument over haters and morons. Clap clap clap! In the Drops cafeteria, the team and the staff were celebrating the historical moment of the Earthling team promotion to Radiant rank. In fact, most of the humans around the universe were also partying and celebrating proudly. This was the first human team to make it to Radiant rank, which was an even bigger deal than Felix's promotions. After all, Felix was representing himself first and foremost. Although everyone felt proud to have him represent them in the ISG platform, it wasn't the same as an entire team joining the Radiant rank. Knowing that Felix was ambitious, no one doubted that he wouldn't participate in the racial games and bring them true honor, glory, and most importantly, raise their rank in the alliance. When are you planning to start your first racial game? Olivia wondered. Quite soon. Felix answered, I have some urgent matters to take care of first. Those 3 diamond games had taken Felix more than 14 days to conclude, in other words, he was about to reach the 9 Elvish realms. Felix felt that it would better to focus on the ladder climb after he settled in Furlund. The next morning. Sir Felix, we have arrived at the first Elvish realm, Furlund. Queen AI announced. Reduce the speed, I wanna see this. Felix requested while logging out from the UVR. He jumped from the VR pod and swiftly went to the nearest window to him. The moment he glanced outside, his breath was stolen away by one of the most magnificent sights in the universe. Cosmic brown branches were stretching from one end of the horizon to the other, they were so thick, millions of planets the size of Earth could fit inside of them. This wasn't all, those branches were thick from one end and thin on the other. Each branch had countless other twigs attached to them. In those twigs, green smooth and flat leaves were affixed on them. Felix knew that he merely saw an incredibly small percentage of the world tree as it was as big as half of a galaxy. The 9 Elvish realms weren't mere planets but actual stellar constellations, which were spread on this gargantuan living tree. The 9th realm was called Amansaround. It was situated around the world tree roots. This realm was accessible to all races as it was owned and ruled by the banished half-elves. The 8th realm was called Hoskadi and positioned on the base of the world tree. The races on it ranged from elves, cactal folk, Alron, elderwoods, treants, and more unique plant-based races. They do not allow anyone to enter their realm. From the 8th realm and onward, the requirement to enter their territories gets stricter and stricter. That's because the 7th realm was ruled by the Night Elves, the 6th was owned by the Snow Elves, the 5th was controlled by the Wood Elves, and so on. All of those mentioned elves were pure-blooded and had a general dislike to every other race. They might tolerate them when necessary, but they refused to open their doors to just any other Joe. I can't believe someone can be this big and conscious while having thousands of races living on her body. Felix thought out loud in wonder, Lady Yggdrasil is truly a unique cosmic being that doesn't strike me at all as a primogenitor. It's normal to feel this way. Lady Sphinx answered, Lady Yggdrasil is the only primogenitor, who wasn't conscious before she got awakened. What do you mean? She was a mere common tree when the universe chose to gift her intelligence and other powers. Chapter 1014 Gumming Trouble. A common tree. How did she reach such an unfathomable size then? Felix couldn't imagine a normal tree turning into a cosmic entity with the size of half a galaxy. By using photosynthesis just like any other plant. Lady Sphinx answered, though, in the case of Lady Yggdrasil, she absorbs light directly from stars and other nutrition from planets. Is there a limit to her growth? As far as no, there isn't. Lady Sphinx replied, theoretically, she can grow as big as the universe if she had enough sunlight and nutrition. I see. Felix understood that it might be theoretically possible but in practice, there was no way it could be achieved. The fact that Lady Yggdrasil had already reached this size was already an unimaginable phenomenon. Just like any other creature, growing isn't the only thing that needed nutrition. Self-sustain was also required, which meant that Lady Yggdrasil would probably not push herself to grow more as she had barely enough to sustain her already existing body. After spending a few more minutes of appreciating the world tree's beauty, Felix returned to his VR pod and requested Queen AI to continue her journey. Sometime later, Felix parked his spaceship inside a glass bubble above a flat green leaf that was as big as 3 times the surface of Earth. There were millions of other parked spaceships if not more. Felix exited his spaceship while wearing a hoodie and sunglasses that hid his features. He was about to enter the capital planet of Furlund, and he knew that he would be attracting unnecessary attention from the High Elves due to his race. The humans, who stepped inside the capital planet, could be counted in one hand throughout the entire history of the universe. They really dislike ruining their environment with machinery. Felix mewed while riding on a hover platform towards the transportation station. He knew that the only way to enter the capital planet was by a public transportation spaceship. There was no space elevator and private spaceships weren't allowed to even get close to the planet's atmosphere. Besides some unique sub-races such as Night Elves, most elves were born with peak affinity to nature, even common elves had it. That's why the elves reject machinery to avoid destroying their beautiful natural environments. They were like the advanced version of the Maganda tribe. After Felix reached the transportation spaceship, he waited in a small queue of stunning-looking high elves. Just like he was checking them out, they were also glancing at him from time to time with curious expressions. Isn't he too familiar to a human? A gorgeous male elf whispered next to his friend while checking out Felix in front of them in the line. Human? I doubt it, they have no place here. He must be a winged elf wearing disguise for some reason. His friend replied with a certain tone after spotting a slight bulk on Felix's back. That sounds more plausible. Upon having his curiosity somewhat seated, the elf dropped the subject, not planning to annoy Felix to get the bottom of this. High elves were known for being respectful, gentle, and kind to those within the same level of their social status. Since they believed that Felix was a winged elf, they respected his privacy. That's because winged elves were the second most authoritative elvish race in the 9 realms. They rule the second realm, Harlund. In terms of strength, runic familiarity, talent, intelligence, bloodline purity, and such, they were almost as equal as high elves. This resulted in them having somewhat of a friendly rivalry between each other. Before long, Felix's turn had arrived in the queue. He walked towards the door of the spaceship and scanned his bracelet. Almost immediately, he was granted access and stepped inside the spaceship. He really isn't a human. After seeing this, the high elf previous assumption was completely killed. He understood that there might a chance for a human to reach this far if he wasn't wearing an AP bracelet and didn't get caught by the patrols. But to enter the transportation spaceship was a different story entirely, as not even other elves had this kind of access. You are treated like this even when you have your identity hidden. Asna said, you should prepare yourself for a new level of racism. Nothing new, I guess. Felix replied calmly. In the case of dragons, they merely saw themselves as superior to humans instead of actually hating them. However, elves were different, as they disliked humans the most compared to other races. Honestly, they couldn't really be blamed. Most half-elves were born from rape cases caused by humans. Elves were simply too beautiful to not be desired by some bastards, making them pay anything to kidnap or buy enslaved elves. Naturally, this was done by the upper echelon of the humans, which translated to a very, very minuscule percentage of the entire race. But, the elves didn't see it that way, as they hated all humans indiscriminately. If Felix ever exposed his identity, he might not get jumped on by the high elves in this spaceship due to his reputation and strength, but they definitely would give him disgusted looks. After everyone boarded the spaceship, it took off immediately towards a small green planet. At first glance, no one would believe that this was the capital planet of one of the top 10 rulers of the Alliance. It was barely half the size of Earth, making it resemble a cute green apple floating in space while surrounded by branches and leaves. With their few numbers, this provides more land than they need. Felix thought as watched the planet getting larger and larger from his window. In a short while, the transportation spaceship penetrated the atmosphere and flew as low as it could above a vast forest. The forest was made out of thick and towering trees, surpassing the height of tallest skyscraper in Earth. The doors are open. You can disembark on your own or head towards the aircraft station to drop you on the surface. The spaceship AI announced monotonously. Felix removed his seatbelt and went towards the nearest door to him. The moment he reached it, he saw elves manifest wooden wands and casting flight spells on themselves before jumping out. Some created wings made out of wind and some used spells to summon a breeze and surf on it. Each had their own unique way of leaving the spaceship. After the gate was cleared, Felix looked below him before jumping out with his hands in his pocket, not bothering to release his wings. When he was about to land on the surface of the forest, he used electromagnetic arcs against the nearest objects to him, slowing himself down until he touched the ground softly without even pulling his hands from his pockets. You have landed on Anarth City. Queen AI informed. As an outsider, Please read the laws and cultural cues about the city to avoid falling into troubles. In other words, Felix would be responsible over his own actions if he broke the rules even if he had a royal emblem in his possession. Felix manifested a holographic map and the list of rules, then, he started reading them while following the arrow in direction of the Anartha's main gate. All he knew was that the spaceship had dropped them tens of kilometers away from the city to avoid affecting its peaceful atmosphere with the spaceship's loud engine noise. Unbeknownst to Felix, the instant he entered the planet, Queen Alfreda was alerted due to his possession of the royal emblem. He is already here. Queen Alfreda was left startled and mostly livid at the notion of Felix coming all the way here. She neither knew that Felix was seeking a part of the First World Tree root nor bathe in the Life Essence Fountain. This naturally made her assume that he was chasing after Selphie. I can't believe Lady Yggdrasil handed him a royal emblem, unacceptable. Queen Alfreda ordered out loud, Guardians, find his whereabouts and keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause trouble before I sort this out. The same Guardians answered her call and made their move immediately. Queen Alfreda went towards the Lady Yggdrasil garden, wanting to settle this out right now and here. I will never allow his dirty fingers to taint my baby sister. Queen Alfreda vowed with a stern expression as she walked out of the throne chamber. Chapter 1015 Queen Alfreda's Scheme. Good morning, Mother. Queen Alfreda greeted as she stepped inside a cozy well-lighted garden within a glass dome. Lady Yggdrasil was seen reading a book under the shade of a tree. Just like her appearance in the UVR, she was made out completely of wood. She was wearing a dress made out of leaves and string of flowers on top of her head, resembling a crown. Obviously, her main consciousness resided within the world tree while this body was being controlled by a wisp of her consciousness. Morning, my child. Lady Yggdrasil greeted back with a kind smile. Queen Alfreda's anger was melted right away after seeing that smile as she was unable to get mad at the mother of elves. Unlike Selphie, Queen Alfreda and the rest of the elves refer to Lady Yggdrasil respectfully as Mother Tree. That's because everything they have right now was heavily influenced by her even though she had no relation to their race. I am really perplexed about your reasoning for helping out that human be close to Selphie. Queen Alfreda sighed as she sat next to her. You know that he will just hurt her deeply and leave her incapable of trust ever again. Child, don't cast your trauma on your sister. Lady Yggdrasil answered with a gentle tone, Selphie is old enough to explore her life and have her own choices. If they are wrong, then they will become important life lessons. I don't care about her making other mistakes, but this is her love life. Queen Alfreda argued. You know that we elves find it almost impossible to recover from a heartbreak. If her relationship with that idiot ended up in the same manner as mine, she will never ever feel another thing for a man in her life. Is that what you want for her? What Queen Alfreda mentioned was indeed correct. Elves had a good/bad tendency to fall in love with one person in their lives and be completely and utterly loyal to them. When elves get together and marry, it was impossible to betray or break each other's hearts, so, they truly live happily ever after just like a fairy tale. On the other hand, humans' love could be as fickle as a particle in space. One day, a couple claim that they love each other, and they couldn't see themselves apart, the next day they break up and start hating each other's guts. Queen Alfreda feared that if Felix and Selphie ever got together, they wouldn't last long because of humans' difficulty to love one person truly for the rest of their lives. We know that Bastard will be fine after a month in case they broke up. But, Selphie will never be the same again. Queen Alfreda smiled bitterly, I am just trying to protect her. You are seeing things without knowing the full picture. Lady Yggdrasil shook her head and asked her, who told you that the little human is the one chasing after Selphie? What do you mean? Queen Alfreda frowned in confusion. Selphie is the one smitten by him. Lady Yggdrasil shared, she has confessed to him and got rejected more than 2 times because he already has a partner in life. This was enough to shut down Queen Alfreda's brain for a few seconds as she couldn't believe what her ears were feeding her. Her own little sister got rejected by a human? The only heir to the 9 realms? Not once but more than twice? If this didn't come out of Lady Yggdrasil's lips, she wouldn't have even tried to consider it. You understand now? Your situations are entirely different. Lady Yggdrasil smiled. You got tricked into loving the wrong person and betrayed while Selfie is trying her best to win over her man without any results. Who does that bastard think he is to reject my sister? Queen Alfreda got pissed off again, but for a different reason this time. Does he think that his girlfriend is better than Selfie? Lady Yggdrasil snapped her finger without saying a single word, manifesting a holographic picture of Asna. Queen Alfreda's rant was forced down her throat the instant her eyes landed on Asna's goddess features. My sister is safe. The first thought that came up to her after seeing such godly perfection was that her sister had absolutely no chance to win over Felix. She didn't pity or feel sympathetic about it, in fact, she was happier than ever. If only she bothered to do a basic research on Felix, she wouldn't have been worrying all this time over nothing. How can you be happy in this situation? Lady Yggdrasil scolded her. Selfie isn't quitting her chase even when she got rejected. This means that she will never bother to be with another man unless it was with him. Upon hearing so, Queen Alfreda's expression turned for the worse. She realized that Selfie was definitely going to be obsessing over Felix for the rest of her life, which would also completely destroy her love life. In other words, there was no winning in this, regardless of what she did. You should help her get together with him. Lady Yggdrasil advised. He is a good kid and destined for greatness, he will help her move forward instead of dragging her behind. Help her get together with a human. Queen Alfreda felt disgusted just by the thought as horrible memories resurfaced in her mind. That's your only solution if you truly cared about your sister. Lady Yggdrasil waved her hand away. Now leave me read in peace. Queen Alfreda excused herself, knowing that Lady Yggdrasil wasn't too interested in this subject as her. However, just as she was about to exit the garden, Lady Yggdrasil said calmly, "Remember, don't mistreat our guest." Queen Alfreda's shoulders tensed for a moment before replying, "I had no such thoughts." After Queen Alfreda returned to the throne chamber, she ordered coldly, "Alvin, bring me Moana, Elnora, and Kerwin." "Yes, ma'am." One of the fish in the pond turned into a stunning man and nodded respectfully before taking his leave. "Help them get together? He is a good kid." Queen Alfreda scoffed, "I would rather relieve my past than subject my sister to the same pain as I." Queen Alfreda was simply incapable of seeing a human more than a cunning and evil schemer in heart. Nothing anyone said would ever change that, even if it was Lady Yggdrasil herself. In a short while, Alvin returned to the chamber while being followed closely by 3 drop-dead gorgeous beauties. The girl to the right had a short azure curly hair that matched amazingly with her purplish lips and ashen grey eyes. The one in the left had a long braided orange hair that reached her curvy waist. Just like the hair, her eyes were the color of flames, making her seem feisty and difficult to handle. Last but not least, the girl in the middle was the personification of nature goddess in the Humanoid form. She had a smooth silky green hair that was long enough it touched her ankles. Her blue eyes were as pure and tranquil as a lake in the center of a forest. She had a couple of piercings in her long curvy ears for tiny flowers to rest on them. If any of those girls ever participated in a beauty contest, they would have demolished their competitors without even showing a smile. Alvin nodded at the queen and turned into a fish. Then, he returned to the pond again, swimming peacefully with the rest of the fish. "Greeting my queen." The 3 girls greeted formally and remained silent with their heads lowered, waiting for orders. "I have a mission for you," Queen Alfreda said. The girls' long beautiful ears perked up in curiosity and excitement, knowing that most of the queen's missions were related to outside the first realm. All of them were royal high elves and considered to be cousins of Queen Alfreda. In other words, they weren't allowed to exit the first realm without a real reason, just like Selfie. Alas, Queen Alfreda shattered their hopes by displaying Felix's holographic picture before them and requesting, "I want you to seduce this bastard by any means possible." The three of them lifted their heads and eyed Queen Alfreda with stunned expressions before they turned to look at each other for confirmation. You heard it right. Queen Alfreda said, I have no clue how long this bastard will remain, but I want him to fall under your grasp before he leaves. My only solution is to help them get together. Queen Alfreda smiled coldly, why do that when I can show my sister how much of a pig a human can turn when his desires are stimulated? Chapter 1016 A Killer Move to Get a Reaction. Half an hour later. The three beauties could be seen sitting on a small table in a cafe that was built on an extremely high branch, giving them an astonishing view over the entire city. Just like the rest of the buildings, the cafe was built completely out of dead wood and plants, causing its appearance to be somewhat basic. However, it provided a sense of peacefulness and harmony. For elves, this was their preferred atmosphere. Arg, I can't believe our cousin Selfa got tricked into falling for a human. Moana grumbled in frustration. She was the beauty with the long braided orange hair and flaming eyes. I saw it coming the moment she was allowed to go outside. Elnora with the short azure curly hair sighed, she is too naive for her own good. Carmen nodded silently, appearing as gentle as a spring wing with her breathtaking long silky smooth green hair. During their meeting with Queen Alfreda, they were told that Felix had tricked Selfie into falling in love with him even though he already had a partner. This had angered the girls greatly as Selfie was their close cousin and a great friend of theirs. So, they ended up agreeing to the mission. What's done is done. Now, it's up to us to save her from his demonic clutches. Elnora asked with a serious tone, so, how should we do this? They were told to seduce Felix and record him to show Selfa that he wasn't a loyal individual and would never be. But, as royal high elves, they also lacked experience in matters partaking with the opposite sex. In other words, they were absolutely clueless about the art of seduction. He is a human. Moana smiled charmingly, we just need to show our interest in him, and he will fall over heels on his own. Are you sure about that? Kerwin spoke softly, you saw his girlfriend's appearance. I doubt he will be too charmed just by our beauty. Upon hearing so, Asna's soul-capturing face resurfaced on their minds making them blush. Even as girls, they felt their heartstrings move purely from Asna's appearance. For the life of me, I can't figure out how did such a sleazy human end up with this goddess. It really doesn't make much sense. She might have gotten tricked like Selfie. Although they knew about Felix's reputation and strength, they still felt that Asna was a million times over his league. Let's try charming him first. If it didn't work, we can think of something else. Elnora suggested. Sounds good. Moana wondered, should we go one by one or together? It will look suspicious if we went all together. Elnora said, we need a solid plan. Moana and Kerwin nodded. Based on our intel, he is still searching for a place to live. Elnora smiled, this gives us the perfect way to introduce ourselves. Soon, the girls started scheming with each other, trying to come up with the perfect plan to seduce Felix. As they had assumed, Felix was still struggling to find a place to settle down. Because visitors rarely show up to Anarth, there were no hotels, motels, or any type of paid residency. Honestly, the visitors never end up with the same situation as Felix since elves were friendly enough to welcome visitors to their homes. They had a belief that no one truly owned their houses as they all belonged to Mother Nature and must be shared. Should I just balls up and ask for a room from a random stranger? Felix thought to himself as he walked on wooden bridge that was leading to a residential area. You can try, but you will definitely get rejected. Asna replied. Unlike the spaceship, the homeowners naturally need to feel comfortable with their guest. This meant, Felix needed to remove his hoodie and sunglasses. Felix refused to disguise himself as an elf for the sake of making the elves feel comfortable around him. The last thing he would ever do was support their racism. You should call Lady Yggdrasil, she will help you out. Asna suggested. No, I can't call her whenever I end up with a small problem. Felix shook his head, I am not her friend, and she doesn't owe me anything. Felix understood that his dealings must be done through Selfie and only Selfie. She was the one inviting him over to bathe in the life essence fountain. Although Lady Yggdrasil had agreed to allow Felix, it didn't mean that she would go out of her way to facilitate the process. Let's just keep searching for an empty house. Felix said, if we don't find anything, we can make our own house. Since houses were considered to be property of none, there weren't many rules on building them. As long as Felix chose a good spot in the residential area and made sure to not harm the environment in the process, no one would come complaining. I guess I can only build my own house. Felix chuckled, this is a first. He spent an entire hour searching for empty houses to no avail, making him finally take the least favorable option. Hello there, I hope I am not intruding on your time, but I have seen you walking back and forth for a while now. Is everything all right? Elnora asked with good intentions from the other side of the bridge. Felix looked to the left and right in confusion before pointing his finger at himself. Are you talking to me? Who else, silly? You are the only one on the bridge. Elnora giggled cutely while covering her mouth. I guess I am searching for a place to stay. Felix smiled, feeling slightly comfortable by the fact that his human accent didn't scare her off. I thought so, you don't look familiar. Elnora smiled charming as she approached him. After she stood in front of Felix, she introduced herself politely, I am Elnora Olafil, and it will be a pleasure of mine to help you in your predicament. Her last name is Olafil, where did I hear this nom, hey? Isn't this royal family last name? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after finding out about Elnora's identity. I knew that something is fishy about this giggly vixen. Asna narrowed her eyes dangerously, she is being far too friendly for a royalty. You're thinking too much into it. Felix doubted, isn't Selfie a royalty as well? Look how nice and friendly she is. You will see, my intuition is never wrong when it came to girls around you. Felix ignored Asna for now and introduced himself, Felix Maxwell, the pleasure is mine. Felix Maxwell? I think I have heard of this name somewhere. Elnora acted confused by tilting her head. Maybe this will help. Felix removed his sunglasses and hoodie, exposing his identity before her. It's you. Elnora widened her eyes in surprise. Seeing that she didn't have any other negative reaction made Felix sigh in relief. I can't believe I met you here. Elnora spoke excitedly, Selfie has told me many things about you and requested me to take care of you if you ever visited while she is absent. She did. Yes, I am her close cousin. Elnora nodded with a sincere look before requesting, please let me take you to the palace, we have plenty of spare rooms. Are you sure? Felix inquired, shouldn't you receive permission from the queen first? There is no need to bother the queen with such a small matter. Elnora went next to Felix and placed her arm around his before dragging him with her. Thank you for the hospitalization, I guess. Felix could only allow himself to get dragged along, feeling that it would be poor manners to reject her invitation, especially when she was Selfie's cousin and appeared to be friendly. Plus, he already required a place to stay, saving him from the hustle of building a house. In a short while, Elnora and Felix had reached the front gate of the palace. Unlike other buildings, it was made completely out of white wood and was big enough, 4 towering trees acted as its support. Naturally, it was also built on many branches stacked on each other, creating its foundation hundreds of meters in the air. There was a unique Elvish touch on the design of the palace, making anyone pause for a brief moment to admire its artistic beauty. Elnora pulled Felix with her through the entrance, not caring about the 2 guarding elves in green armor made out of vines. Although Felix had exposed his human identity, the guards merely spared him a side glance before returning to their duty. Looks like Elnora has some reach within the royal family. Felix thought to himself, believing that he was ignored because he was with Elnora. In his eyes, he should have been at least asked for identification. Why is it so empty? Felix wondered as he walked through the palace long corridor without spotting even a servant. Only the royal family lives here. Elnora smiled as she answered, and we aren't that many. I see. Felix didn't believe that even a bit. He could excuse no servants, but he knew that there was no way the queen would be left unguarded. Want me to take you to your room first, or do you want to meet the rest of the family? Elnora shared, you will be meeting with them often in the palace, and I think it will be best to introduce yourself. Sure, why not? The moment he gave his approval, Elnora grinned in her mind while sending a message to her cousins. I will be bringing him to you shortly, make sure to expose as much as you can. This is really humiliating and embarrassing. Moana grumbled while taking off her clothes besides a cozy natural hot springs. Kerwin nodded next to her with reddened cheeks. Stop whining, this is a killer move to get a reaction from him. Elnora smiled in a friendly manner as she guided Felix towards the hot springs, who had no idea that two goddesses were bathing there with nothing on them. Chapter 1017 Discovering their scheme. In a short while, Elnora and Felix reached the hot springs door. How about a short tour in the hot springs? Elnora suggested, we don't have showers and bathtubs like you humans. So, if you want to clean yourself, you have to come here. Sure thing. Felix agreed, finding no reason to reject. However, Felix was still sensible enough to use his X-ray vision to scout ahead, not wanting to get in trouble in the palace. There are girls already bathing there. Good thing he used it, he spotted two skeletons of female elves, sitting on the ground. Felix didn't say anything as he assumed that Elnora would be leading him towards the male side of the hot springs. However, she kept walking in direction of the two girls until they reached a wide-open entrance made out of vines. There was a hot mist coming out of it, hindering anyone's vision. The hell? Do they have only mixed hot springs? Felix's first thought was that the hot springs were for both males and females. Or maybe they only have one and there was a period for when girls bathe and boys bathe. Whatever it was, he wasn't planning on intruding on those two girls. Why did you stop? Elnora wondered after Felix halted in front of the entrance. I will wait for you here until you check if someone is inside. Felix said, not wanting to expose that he had used his X-ray vision to pry. It was extremely impolite. How gentlemanly of you. Elnora smiled and said, I am certain that no one is inside, but I can check again, give me a moment. Felix watched Elnora walk towards the girls and start making gestures with her hands, clearly having a conversation with them. After a brief moment, Elnora returned to Felix and said with her usual honest tone, you can come in, no one is inside. Hey! Felix kept his composure, but his mind was slightly confused as he could still see the girls in the hot springs. I told you. This B*TCH is up to something. Asna interjected immediately after realizing that Elnora had exposed her first lie. Something is indeed fishy here. This Felix didn't defend Elnora again as he couldn't excuse her after getting caught red-handed lying to his face. At the start, he gave her the benefit of the doubt because she was Selph's cousin and seemed nice even when some red flags were risen, but this couldn't be ignored. You know what? Felix yawned before requesting, I am so sorry, but can we arrange the tour for later? I am tired from the journey and hope to get some rest. Elnora's smile faded a little at the sound of that. Still, she was smart enough to attempt saving her plan with, if you are tired, then taking a bath in our hot springs will help you recover faster than just some sleep. As always, her tone and behavior were nothing but sincere. This B*TCH is asking for it. Asna's expression turned cold instantly. Even Felix didn't react too well to her invitation, he was being invited to bathe with two elves, who were most certainly part of royalty. Felix didn't know whether this was a punishable act or not, but it wouldn't look too good on him when it gets found out. It was a first-rate scandal. She is actually setting a trap for me, why? Felix frowned, did I offend someone here? Now that Felix had completely started to see Elnora as a potential enemy instead of a friend, his mind kicked off into full gear to find out her reason for trying to set him up. He removed Selphie from his suspicious list since he could never imagine her doing something horrible to him without a reason. Lady Yggdrasil wasn't even in his list as she was too old for such petty schemes. This left, well, everyone. Maybe someone in the royal family doesn't approve of my relation with Selphie and want me out of Furlund. At this moment, Felix could only make speculations as he had no intel to support him. It wasn't like he knew about the Queen's absurd hate to humans or her past. I am sorry, but I still want to get some shut-eye. Felix declined politely while scanning Elnora's expression. Now that he was watching for small details, he managed to see that a hint of panic and frustration in her eyes. All right, maybe tomorrow. Elnora regained control of her expression and requested from Felix to follow her. You can wear your clothes back. He isn't coming anymore. Elnora updated her cousins with an annoyed tone. Why? Who knows? Elnora sighed, everything was going well until the last step. Maybe he has figured out our bad intentions. Kerwin said softly. That's not possible. Elnora said, I have been nothing but nice to him, he has no reason to be suspicious of me. I guess we just got unlucky today. Moana said, let's give it another try tomorrow. He is bound to take a bath one way or another. Sometime later, Felix could be seen sinking on a bed made out of soft pink cotton. He was just dropped by Elnora to his room before leaving him alone. The room was somewhat empty and cozy as it had only a bed, a chair, and a table. There wasn't even a toilet. Felix wasn't thinking about this inconvenience as his mind was still focusing on Elnora's enmity towards him. Here I thought that I can spend some peaceful time here because of Selphie. Felix smiled bitterly. Felix assumed that being friends with the only heir, he wouldn't be having problems here and could focus on what's important. Unfortunately, he hadn't accounted that his relation with Selphie wouldn't be as approved as he assumed. Master, can you ask Lady Yggdrasil how long will Selphie stay in closed training? Felix requested. He wanted to avoid annoying Lady Yggdrasil with this before, believing that he could get some things done until Selphie get out of closed training. But after realizing that his attendance isn't as welcomed as he thought, he had to plan ahead. She said it depends on Selphie. Lady Sphinx shared. What does that mean? Felix wondered. Understanding runes isn't like enhancing your affinity. Lady Sphinx answered, it requires immense level of talent since your understanding depends on how much faster you can connect yourself with the runes. Only after connecting with them can you learn about their mysterious and start creating or mastering spells. Lady Sphinx said, with Selphie's monstrous talent that enabled her to even connect with time-based runes, she can stay linked to runes for months to years. I see. Felix could only wish good luck for Selphie with a wry smile, knowing that he might be hanging around here for years without her backup. Let's fortify the room first. Felix beamed 4 small triangle devices and placed them in the corners of his room. Then, he requested Queen AI to activate them. The moment they were turned on, green lasers emitted from them and connected with each other, creating a cube around the room. For those inside the room, nothing much had changed. As for those looking from outside the laser cube, they would see the room like it was censored. It was also capable of blocking other types of visions. Next, Felix used his infrared vision to check the entire palace, not caring any more about being polite. 10. Felix knitted his eyebrows after seeing merely 10 infrared humanoid red auras around the entire palace. He didn't know whether they were using vision-blocking technologies or something else, but he was certain that the palace must have more than that. Candace, go spy on Elnora and leave Nemo with me. Felix requested. On it. Mistress Candace opened a small void rift, allowing Nemo to jump on Felix's bed with an excited look as always. Then, she traveled through the void realm and appeared right on top of Elnora. She was in her room, having a conversation with Moana and Kerwin about Felix and their next attempt tomorrow, not knowing that everything was being heard by Candace. So, that's why, stupid *es. They should feel honored if Felix ever decided to take Selfie as his concubine. Mistress Candace sneered as he teleported back to Felix's room and told him everything she heard. So it's the queen in the shadows trying her best to make me look bad before Selfie to make her lose feelings for me. Felix knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. Felix truly liked Selfie as a friend as she was kind, intelligent, and most importantly, trustworthy. He refused to lose such a rare friend because of her family's interventions due to their racism. After all, if he was an elf, they wouldn't have pulled this *T on him. Let's see if we can get rid of the racism out of them. Felix smiled coldly. Since they want to make him look bad, he would do his very best to place himself in good light in every possible way until they would start to doubt if he was a human or a saint. Chapter 1018 The Royal Family and the Breakfast. The next morning, Elnora returned to Felix's room and knocked on the door twice. Good morning. Felix smiled kindly after he opened his door. Good morning to you too. Elnora nodded with the same honest and thoughtful expression, not knowing that Felix was already on to her bullsh *T. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Elnora invited. We will be having breakfast soon with the queen and the rest of the family if you want to join us. Oh no, I would rather not be a nuisance. Felix shook his hands in front of him with an embarrassed look. Come on. It will be fine. Elnora hugged Felix's arm again and pulled him with her. Selfie will scold us if she knew that we aren't being good hosts. All right. Candace, go to the dining room ahead and listen to what they are talking about. On it. Candace instantly teleported to the dining room and was met with the queen, Moana, Kerwin, some elderly elves, and a couple more gorgeous young elves. All of them were sitting around one long white table that was filled with all kinds of food. Most of them were vegetarian food, but there were some meat options. Elves might love nature, but it didn't mean that they weren't omnivores. To them being a vegetarian is an option, not a forced choice. Elnora went to get the human. Queen Alfreda said calmly as she eyed her family members, I want you all in your best behavior. How can I act normal when I know that a human is sharing the same table as I? Einir complained with a visible disgusted look in his face. He was the male cousin of Selfie and someone who really cared about her, just like most elves. He had a dazzling flowing long golden hair and a luminous green eyes. He reacted like this without even knowing that Selfie had strong feelings for Felix. If he knew, he would have probably exploded into a fit. I am on little Einir's side on this one, Queen. Elder Elba spoke composedly while staring at Queen Alfreda right in her soul. In this entire table, no one else was capable of doing so besides Elder Elba. It was quite normal as she was the previous queen of the 9 realms before relishing her seat to Queen Alfreda when she reached the retirement age. The High Elves' royalty system was just as unique as the dragon's royal family. That's because the queen chosen to rule over the 9 realms had no relation to the family bloodline or even competence. Only Lady Yggdrasil could pick the new queen and decide to retire one anytime she wished without anyone's raising a single complaint. That's why Selfie was believed to be the only next heir to the 9 realms as she was Lady Yggdrasil's adoptive daughter. I am not the one asking you. Queen Alfreda replied calmly, it's from our mother, he has been invited by her, and she expected us to treat him like any other guest. Mother Tree invited him? How come? Einir frowned with clear signs of displeasure on his face. He knew that if it was an order from Mother Tree, then he would have no choice but to abide by it silently. He is Lady Sphinx's student and I guess his master has made a request or something. Queen Alfreda replied. Don't tell me he is here because of the life essence fountain. Baron snapped his eyes open in shock, finally joining the conversation. He was the twin brother of Einir, making him possess the exact features of his brother. Though, his personality was a bit different as he was the silent type. Now that I think about it, it has to be it. Einir's expression got cold. I would rather kill him and then kill myself than watch him touch a single drop of our sacred water. In Einar's eyes, he knew that his mother was too nice and wouldn't mind giving Felix a bottle of life essence as a gift. But, he refused to entertain the thought that a human would touch their sacred water, when other Elvish races barely get a bottle in their entire lifetime. It was an extremely finite resource and the High Elves manage it with incredible frugality. Thankfully, he had no idea that Felix had already secured taking an actual bath on their sacred water. Whether he is here for the life essence or something else, I want you on your best behavior. Queen Alfreda said again, not wanting to expose Felix's relation with Selphie. It might look good to turn the entire royal family on Felix by telling them that he had tricked Selphie to fall for him and planned to ruin her life, but she wasn't that foolish. She understood that some ambitious cousins would use this against Selphie to attempt and take away the heir status from her. In the case of Moana, Elnora, and Kerwin, they weren't interested in the queen position and were great friends to Selphie, allowing the queen to entrust them with that mission. But there were others, who still hadn't given up even when Lady Yggdrasil had adopted Selphie as her daughter. If they ever knew about Selphie falling for Felix, they wouldn't hesitate to use it against her. What a bunch of snubs! Mistress Candace cursed coldly before returning to Felix and telling him what she heard. When it came to being a spy, Mistress Candace was just too godly, as no one could sense her through the dimensions while she could hear and see everything. Felix never bothered to use her as a spy since there wasn't really many situations that called for it. Looks like the royal family isn't as united as I thought. Felix grinned, I can use this to my advantage. They have really invited a fox amidst them. Asna giggled, knowing that Felix was up to no good. Felix easily figured this out when he heard that Queen Alfreda didn't share his relation with Selphie to everyone. In a few moments, Felix arrived at the dining room with Elnora and was met with everyone's eyes staring at him like he was monkey in a zoo. Felix ignored their looks and introduced himself as politely as possible while also thanking them for their great hospitality. Please sit, no need for formalities in this house. Moana smiled charmingly as she went towards Felix and helped him to his seat. It was between Kerwin and Elnora, making sure to take every small advantage at making a move at Felix. Let's eat. Queen Alfreda said calmly, not bothering to glance in Felix's direction even once. Damn, this is a new level of hate for someone I have never met, no wonder our dealings with the elves turned for the worst the moment she became the queen. Felix wasn't too pleased with this as he didn't expect that Queen's level of racism was this high. Still, Felix retained his kind and gentle expression as he ate his breakfast with them. Whenever they asked him something, he always gives an answer that would make them feel good about themselves. Even when they wanted to know about the purpose of his visit to their realm, Felix told them that he wanted to spend a couple of years to meditate in their peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. He neither mentioned Selphie nor their life essence fountain, and this had pleased some of them. Although there were some conversations here and there, the atmosphere was still pretty awkward. This caused Queen Alfreda, Einar, and his brother Baron to excuse themselves. With time passing by, more and more royal elves retreated from the table, leaving only Felix, Elnora, Moana, and Kerwin. I believe you haven't taken a bath yet. Elnora advised. The hot springs is not being used at the moment, you should take advantage of that. This B*TCH still hasn't given up. Asna snorted in derision. Thank you, but I have already taken a bathe at dawn. Felix answered with an honest look, you were right, it really does help remove fatigue. I see, you already went. Elnora's eyelids twitched. Thank you for the breakfast, I will be returning to my room now. Felix wiped his hands while standing up, I have some matters to deal with in the UVR. Let us walk you back. Elnora could only suggest this after hearing that he had to deal with urgent matters. She wanted to invite him for an outside picnic, but she got shut down before she could propose so. After they walked Felix to his room, the girls gathered in Elnora's room again. Arg, why is it this hard to get some alone time with him? He is as slippery as an eel. Elnora sighed. It's all right. Kerwin said softly, "We have plenty of time." "Yes," he said that he will be here for a couple of years. "Let's not rush things out lest we ruin our chances." Alas! The girls had absolutely no idea how much of a menace Felix was going to be. For the next month, Felix had completely driven them mad as he always foiled their plans while still maintaining his saint-like persona. They weren't the only ones being affected heavily by Felix, as he had his web stretching to even the other royal elves. He used Mistress Candace to spy on every one of them to understand what they like and dislike. He used this information to his advantage to win over some royal elves to his camp. Baron Olafil was one of his recent victories, as he had turned him from a human hater into his buddy. Unlike Queen Alfreda, the other royal elves simply despise humans because they kidnapped elves and used them as sex slaves. But with Felix's smooth-talking and amiable personality, he managed to easily show them another side of humans, which was enough to get rid of some of their prejudge. Now that he finally had some allies in the palace, Felix could focus on other matters. It's time to take part in a racial game. Chapter 1019, Joining the Racial Games Platform. Felix logged into the UVR and entered the Earthlings team headquarters. Olivia, Noah, and the rest of the team were already grouped up as he had summoned them beforehand. "We are really going to do this?" Olivia spoke nervously while watching Felix manifest the Scallions' website. The moment Felix entered the Game tab, Queen AI announced loudly, "Your team is eligible to participate in the Racial Supremacy Games platform. If you don't want to enter the platform, you will carry on your climb in the planetary platform as normal." Then, she displayed a contract before them that had the rules and terms of joining this platform. Felix and the others read the contract carefully, knowing that the Racial Games platform was a whole different thing than what they were used to dealing with. First, there were no standard ranks like Silver, Gold, Radiant, etc. The ranks were based from number 1 to number 100. This was the allowed number of teams in the racial games. For newcomers like them, they would be considered as having a mere half-foot in the racial platform until they become one of the 100 teams. The worst part, they only had 2 chances to steal a team's rank. If they lost twice, they would be kicked out of the RSG platform forever, sending them back to the PSG platform. Fortunately, the newcomer teams were given the option to choose their opponent from the list instead of it being randomized. In other words, they could pick the weakest team and study them carefully before they enter a game against them. This system was only available for newcomers to give them a slight boost. The teams on the list get randomized opponents that were close to their rank. After Felix finished reading the contract, he looked at everyone and asked, "Is everything understood?" Everyone nodded with stern expressions. Felix scrolled to the bottom of the contract and saw a simple question inside a box. "Do you agree to join the RSG platform? Yes/no." The moment Felix pressed on yes, the contract exploded into thunderous fireworks, followed by Queen AI congratulating the team for joining the platform. This wasn't all, every human wearing an AP bracelet received 3 notifications written as such. Congratulations to the Earthling team for being the first team to join the RSG platform. Congratulations to the human race for having a representative team in the RSG platform. The human race is now eligible to earn SG points from the RSG platform. This was enough to cause everyone to have a momentary pause and reread the notifications with burning heat rising within their chest. It didn't matter if they were kids, adults, rich, poor, leaders, followers, or even criminals. Everyone felt a new sense of pride get unlocked within them at the notion that a team made out of humans had reached the most honorable platform in the universe. A platform that defies whether a race was strong or not. A platform that truly brings out the nationalism in everyone due to the high stakes placed in each game. A platform that was so out of their reach, no human ever dreamt of hearing such announcements in their lives. When the Earthling team got promoted to Radiant rank, everyone assumed that Felix would join this platform, but they had waited an entire month without anything to confirm their assumption. At last, it happened. The media is going wild because of us. Sylvia commentated as she watched her entire social media exploding with news and titles related to them. I never thought I will see my name topping the charts in the galaxy like this. Leo smiled foolishly as he took screenshots of his name in those articles. Sure, his name was merely being mentioned in the middle of articles instead of title, but this was enough to make his entire week. The news kept going viral until it reached other galaxies. This brought the news to all the teams within the RSG platform, causing them to demonstrate myriad of reactions. Some scoffed, some were interested, and some simply didn't care. However, all of them were pretty certain about one thing. The Earthling team wasn't going to make it very far or probably even not make it to the list. It wasn't because they were looking down on Felix, in fact, most of them respected and somewhat dreaded Felix. Nevertheless, they did look down on his team as they knew that the platform was simply way out of their comfort zone. Since the games were team-based, teamwork was out of utmost importance, the Earthling team had no such thing. Let's pick our opponent. Felix didn't give a shit about anyone's opinion as he swiftly manifested the list of teams before everyone. /1, Zuham's team /win rate, 97% /games played in this cycle, 25 /SG points collected, 1571890p. 2. Decrylia's team /win rate, 93% /games played in this cycle, 29 /SG points collected, 1356100p. 3. Yalara's team /win rate, 93% /games played in this cycle, 34 /SG points collected, 1235480p. 4. Ferlun's team /win rate, 93% /games played in this cycle, 35 /SG points collected, 114664002p. 20. Taunia's team /win rate, 75% /games played in this cycle, 40 /SG points collected, 8237800p. 80. Vujonia's team /win rate, 49% /games played in this cycle, 45 /SG points collected, 3451190p. 100. Zixoder's team /win rate, 30% /games played in this cycle, 55 /SG points collected, 1305787p// 97% win rate. Damn, the Dragon's main team is really dominating the platform. Leo sucked a deep cold breath. That's not the most important thing. Felix waved his hand and highlighted all the dragon teams within the list. This time, everyone gasped out loud after seeing that there were more than 20 dragon teams spread out in the list. All of them were in the top 60 and had millions of SG points under their belt. No wonder the dragon race never loses their number 1 rank in the alliance. Hina said with an envious tone. Dragons had 10 teams representing them and farming them SG points in each cycle while most races didn't even have one. The worst part? All of them believed that dragons could add more teams if they wished. I am more surprised by the Hive race main team. Sophie said, they are actually at number 2. That's normal. Felix replied with a serious tone, there are some races that have a few monsters sent to represent them. The Hive race main team is made completely out of the Queen's Scarlet Royal Guards. Everyone gulped a mouthful in dread after the Royal Guards were brought up. Who could blame them? The Hive race Royal Guards were considered to be much scarier than even the Hive race Queen. In fact, they were dreaded even by dragons as their abilities had surpassed the realm of hallucinations and illusion. They were capable of harming others' consciousness and souls by a mere glance. Don't be too scared. Felix comforted, we won't be meeting with such monsters even if we wanted. He is right, we will be spending a lot of time dealing with the teams in the bottom of the list. Sylvia nodded. So, which team are we choosing? Olivia pointed her finger at the last team in the list and said, aren't they the best option? The others nodded their heads in agreement, knowing that their best option was to pick the weakest team to secure their spot in the list, especially when Felix was going to be fighting solo. Unfortunately, Felix didn't share the same thought process as them. Let's go with them. Felix smiled faintly as he pointed his finger at the bottom of the list. When Olivia and others saw the team he was aiming at, they felt goosebumps course on their skin. Captain, did you make a mistake? Leo stuttered as he stared at the team with eyes void of any emotion but dread. Who could blame him? Felix had jumped all the way to the 80 rank and picked Vulcania's team. He had skipped 20 teams altogether, something that no other newcomer team dared of doing. Chapter 1020 Don't bother to join if you don't trust me. Felix. That's far too steep. Olivia shook her head with a worried expression, not liking Felix's pick one bit. Even Leo and Rolandinho, the most enthusiastic and supportive duo in the team, didn't seem too hyped about Felix's choice. Don't worry, this is a calculated decision. Felix clarified to ease their worry. As a newcomer team, we have once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to choose our own opponent and straightaway take all of their collected SG points and their rank. Why would I waste it on the last team in the list? Based on the rules of the platform, newcomer teams were encouraged to pick much higher teams in the list by offering them insane returns. Usually, the teams in the platform earn fixed amount of SG points on each win based on their current rank. The only rule that break this mold was the first 2 chances for newcomer teams. Felix wasn't too eager to be placed in the last rank and start climbing from the very bottom, earning shit amount of SG points instead of straightaway starting with 3,451,190 SG points. That amount alone was enough to push his race rank by 1. We know this much, but still. Sylvia sighed. That's only if we managed to win against the Vulcania's team. I don't doubt your skills and strength, but if we got unlucky with a game that requires teamwork, you won't get away with overpowering your opponents even if you can. Sylvia made quite a lot of sense. If Felix had an actual team with players equal to him, it wouldn't matter much if he made such a jump. However, his teammates were literally being dragged with him into a battlefield that was way out of their comfort zone. If they got unlucky with a game choice that didn't depend on merely strength, the team would be doomed, and so is one of their chances to enter the platform. My luck is crap in spinning the wheel anyway. Felix chuckled. That's why I would rather take my chances against a high-ranked team than a low-ranked one. Seeing that Felix was adamant at picking Vulcania's team made everyone give up on trying to persuade him otherwise. It wasn't like he was putting a knife on their neck to join him in the game. If they had second thoughts, they could always remain in the background. What race does the Vulcania's team belong to? Leo wondered out loud. The Vulcans. Sylvia answered instantly as she had already done a bit of research. Vulcans. Hina titled her head in confusion as she had almost never heard of such a race. They are a humanoid race born in volcanoes and in deep underground. Felix answered as he manifested an image of a Vulcan male and female. Almost everyone were left astonished and somewhat scared at the appearance of Vulcans. The males resembled bulgy golems made out of dark rocks and molten lava veins going through their entire bodies. They had a singular half-dark and half-inflamed horn at the top, resembling a candle. As for the females, they were as thin and curvy as female humans, though they were 4 meters tall and resembled their male version a great deal besides head. They possessed 2 inflamed horns on the sides of their foreheads. They really look scary. Sophie commented with a fearful look. Their appearance is the least scary thing about them. Felix said with a stern tone. Felix knew that Vulcans were considered to be one of the races to be avoided in battles due to their monstrous strength. They were one of the few races capable of harnessing and manipulating the element of magma. In fact, they were the best at it as they had the highest level of talent in terms of magma affinity due to being the direct descendants of Cherif, the magma primogenitor. Unfortunately for Cherif, his race wasn't too interested in the games or such bullshit as they were at peace with merely living their lives in solitude under volcanoes. If the racial platform didn't affect races as a whole in the entire alliance, they wouldn't have sent teams to represent them and farm SG points. That's why Cherif had chosen to sponsor dragons instead, and have them represent him to have some fun with his peers. As for forcing his race to represent him, He refused to do such a thing. As the direct descendants of Cherif, the Vulcans were ranked in the top 20 just by having a couple of their teams representing them in the alliance. Still, Felix wasn't scared of them at all. After all, he had taken care of even royal dragons, magma elementalists or not, he was certain in his strength to absolutely dominate them. Let's see what we will get. Felix moved on top the holographic green button and pressed it. This brought the format wheel, already spinning rapidly. Before anyone could react, Felix stopped it. Ting, ting, ting. Congratulations on picking a competitive lifestyle format. Unresponsive, Felix and his teammates merely kept gazing at the holographic notification with deadpan expressions. Soon, they turned to stare at Felix with the same look, making his eyelids twitch in irritation and embarrassment. He had just told them that his luck was crap, and it proved him right instantly. In the end, Felix merely closed his eyes and let out a long exhale before trying to comfort his teammates. It will be all right, have some faith in me. Still unresponsive, his teammates merely watched him spin the second wheel, not having a single ounce of faith in Felix's luck to clutch this. Ting, ting, ting. Congratulations on picking the Titans chefs. The surprising name did bring some hope in everyone's eyes, making them turn their heads to the side and glance at the game details. / game format, competitive lifestyle. Game name, the Titans Chefs. Participants number, 1. The integration allowed, no limits. The game map, Havana Falls. Surprise edition, no. Prizes pool, peak grade stones, Potion of Madness, 10% discount on taxed industrial imports for 1 year, 15% discount on imported organic goods for 1 year, etc. Rules of the game. 1. Only 10 players are allowed from each team. 2. Each team will have a Titan serving them and pushing their cart towards the finish line. 3. The Titans can push the cart only when their hunger is satisfied. 4. Players must cook delicious food to feed the Titans to push the cart. The taste of the food have a major effect on the strength, endurance, and speed of the Titan. 5. Titans must not be harmed by players or caught in the crossfire. Anyone who harmed a Titan will be penalized by being imprisoned in the cart for half an hour. The duration increases with additional penalties. 6. Players will have all tools of cooking within the cart. Players can remain in the cart and cook for the Titan, however, they will not be protected from assaults. 7. The map will have plenty of beasts, animals, and unique strong creatures to be hunted for food. Titans prefer the meat of rarer creatures. 8. Game points and extra SG points can be earned through hunting the creatures, the amount provided depended on the rarity. 9. Players are allowed to hinder or steal their opponent's game. 10. The teams will be placed in two extreme opposite of the map with a railway leading towards the center of the map. 11. The railway's distance for both teams is exactly the same. 12. The first team to have their cart reach the center of the map will be concluded as the winner. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants / Will you look at that? Felix wiped his sweaty forehead. I told you to have faith in me. What are you talking about? Sylvia said with a hardened expression, this game is one of the worst scenarios possible. Just from a simple reading of the rules, she realized that their team was pretty much F***ed. Even if they were all left in the cart to cook the food for the Titan, Felix had to go out and hunt game for them. If he did so, he would leave them vulnerable to attacks from the Vulcans. She is right. Hina said, they only need to leave one Vulcan to keep an eye on us and wait until you head out. If you don't go out to hunt, the Titan won't push the cart, allowing the Vulcans to get ahead of us. It's not like you can leave us behind and go kill the Vulcans on the other side of the map. Unlike Felix, everyone else was freaking out at the realization that the only way for Felix to win this game was to leave them without his protection. Who could blame them? The only reason they agreed to take part in racial games was because Felix had ensured that they would be safe. If they assumed that they would be used as mere baits, no one was sane enough to join such a madness. Well, if you guys don't trust me enough to keep you safe, then you can simply not join the game. Felix shrugged his shoulders. He already promised them once that he would do his very best to keep them safe. In his eyes, if he had to reassure them every time they were worried, he would rather not take them at all. There were plenty of mercenaries, slaves, or courageous people who could be used by Felix to pump up the numbers. Chapter 1021 The Game Hall. Thankfully, Felix was saved from the troubles of going through those options as most of his teammates still volunteered to join the game, trusting blindly in Felix's capabilities. Felix was confident in his strength because he spent an entire century training like a madman. But, his teammates had no idea about that and were still under the assumption that his elemental manipulation barely passed 100 meters. So, it was quite great leap forward to trust in him like that. Right now, the team consisted of Felix, Noah, Olivia, Sylvia, Leo, Ronaldinho, Sophie, Hina, and 2 more members from the secondary team. I have sent the challenge to Vujonia's team. Felix said, we have an entire month to prepare for the game, so, you guys better start learning how to cook properly. I can't boil an egg if my life depended on it. Leo scratched his head in embarrassment. I am not as bad as you, but I still don't consider myself to be good at cooking. Sophie added. Looks like I will be the head chef. Hina assured everyone with a pretty smile, I have been cooking ever since I was a child, so, you can depend on me. Upon hearing so, Felix didn't hesitate to appoint her as their head chef, giving her complete responsibility over them. Since the game said it's going to be a titan, we need to practice cooking big portions of meat. Hina ordered with a serious tone, let's begin practice right now. You heard her. Felix waved his hand at them, sending them away. After they left, Felix teleported back to his room, planning to practice his integration. If he ever wanted to attempt integrating with Kraken Bloodline anytime soon, he had to keep grinding his percentages with every opportunity he got. In the past month, he had practiced with 16% twice and succeeded in pulling them off even though the death penalty was applied. Still, Felix intended to do it again, not daring to risk raising it to 17% this early. 1 month later, the news about the Earthling team challenging the Vujonia's team had been spread like wildfire by the Alliance to hype it as much as possible and increase their viewership. In a sense, they did succeed in achieving so as the live stream of the game had already surpassed 10 trillion live concurrent viewers and was still raising each second. Naturally, more than 80% of the viewers were humans, tuning in to support an actual team that finally represent them as a race. Because the Vulcans' numbers were in the minority, their viewers barely reached 1%, causing them to get absolutely dominated by the humans. Though, the Vulcans were not bothered by this as they knew that their team was going to help them shut up everyone during the game. Do you think that Felix must have bitten more than he can chew on this one? Elnora commentated as she had a holographic stream in front of her and some of her family members. This is Felix we are talking about, he knows what he is doing. Baron replied. Don't cry your eyes out when he goes down in flames. Einir snorted in derision as he watched the stream from the back of the room. We will see about that. Baron commentated calmly. In less than 2 months, Felix had managed to cast his spell on Baron, completely turning him in his side and making him see that not all humans deserved to be hated. Felix attempted to use Baron to win over his twin brother Einir, but he failed miserably. Einir was a tough nut to crack, and nothing Felix did ever made him look at him like a person instead of just a monkey. So, Felix gave up on him, knowing that he couldn't beat out the racism out of everyone. Right now, Felix and his teammates had just gotten teleported inside the game hall with the Vujonia's team. The captain of the Vulcans walked down towards Felix and extended his hand forward with a composed and matured expression. Let's give it our best, Sir Landlord. He spoke formally with a rough tone like 2 hard objects grinding against each other. Likewise, Sir Molten River. Felix nodded politely as he shook his molten inflamed hand. Soon, he broke it off and returned to his teammates, not bothering to acknowledge Noah and the others. What do you think, Captain? His vice-captain, Waldbauer asked with a serious look. His resistance to fire is indeed distressing. Molten River frowned mentally after realizing that Felix didn't even flinch in their handshake. It doesn't matter much. As long as we stick to our strategy, he won't be able to win this game unless he isn't concerned about his teammates' lives. The team's spearhead David Zhu commentated while pumping his fists together confidently. I honestly don't understand what made him pick us instead of a safe bet. The team's anchor Autumn Blaze shook her head in disapproval as she eyed Felix conversing with his teammates. There is no point in mentioning this now. Molten River said calmly, we have been chosen and must do our very best to win this game. There is so much on stake here. Molten River didn't dare to underestimate the Earthling team even though he knew that the game would be 1 vs 10. He ought to feel this pressured since if they lost this game somehow, they would straightaway get demoted out of the Platform 100 teams list. The worst part, they would be given merely one shot to return to the list by challenging another team and taking their rank. If they lost it as well, their team would be banned from accessing the Racial Games platform in this cycle. In other words, they would have to wait almost an entire decade before they could represent their race again. After a couple of minutes, the judge of this game had emerged above everyone. Ginger, oily hair tied in a ponytail revealed a lean, radiant face. Wide purple eyes, set narrowly within their sockets, and watched attentively over the two teams. He had fox ears and 5 fluffy red tails under a baggy white robe. Just like all spirit foxes, he had a stunning face that capable of melting any girl at first sight. Greetings, I am Spirit Animal, but you can refer to me as just Spirit. Spirit Animal spoke composedly, we don't have much time, so let's make this a quick one. Without delay, Spirit Animal manifested a holographic screen and showed everyone a breathtaking landscape zoomed from above. There were rainforests, mountains completely clad in greenery, flowing clean rivers, and most importantly, waterfalls spread out throughout the entire map. This was Havana Falls, an actual popular destination in the 9th Elvish realm. The atmosphere was just too beautiful and peaceful, the girls felt that it was wrong to ruin it with their battles. Look here. Spirit Animal ignored everyone's reaction and zoomed on a broad railway built from iron and wood that was going through forests, mountains, and even through some waterfalls. The railway was connected from 2 opposite points in the map. At the start of the railways, there was a gigantic iron-clad wheeled black cart. It was big enough, the walls surpassed tens of meters while its surface was as vast as a basketball court. The cart had a handle on the back like a shopping cart. It was being clutched tightly by a one-eyed humongous humanoid titan. He had a dumb look on his face while scratching his inverted nose with his dirty fingers. A titan, one of the unluckiest races. Felix thought to himself. Those titans weren't born out of fiction but an actual race in the universe. However, because of their low intelligence, they couldn't join the alliance as they had no idea how to use AP bracelets or such. Still, the alliance had taken them under their wing and used them for manpower due to their humongous sizes that could reach up to 100 meters if not more. Plus, it was easy to control them as they only required food. As long as someone provided it continuously, they would stay loyal to that person for eternity. You will be placed randomly near one of the carts at the start of the game. Spirit Animal said, feed your titans, push the cart, and reach the center to win the game. Any questions? Chapter 1022 He must share LT with everyone. Are the carts or the railway destructible? Sophie was the first to pop up a question. No. Should we be in the cart when it reaches the center or not? Not required. Are the titans here the same in the real world or modified? Slightly modified to listen to your orders after you fed them. What if we reached a slide and the titan wasn't fed? Will he stop the cart with him or let physics do its job? Food is the fuel. It doesn't matter if your cart is going down a cliff. If the Titan isn't fed, he will keep the cart affixed on its place. More questions kept flying here and there as everyone was taking this game as seriously as possible. There was so much in stake, no one dared to fool around. Some time later, Spirit Animal concluded the Q&A and teleported back to the field, taking with him everyone else. The moment Felix and the others opened their eyes, they found themselves on a smooth grass field while the live viewers were sitting in chairs high in the sky. There were hundreds of millions, making them resemble an army of transparent ghosts. Landlord! 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 Just as always, Felix's name was in the tips of almost everyone's mouths, casting an immense pressure on his opponents and making his teammates a bit jealous. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is out of extreme importance to both races as it provides an unprecedented opportunity to the human race and a dangerous threat to the Vulcan race. Spirit Animal commentated with an articulate enticing voice, using a bit of his charm element to enhance his reach. After the introduction, he kicked off the interview segment, focusing mostly on Felix and Molten River's opinions on this game. When he got what he wanted, he returned to his platform and snapped his finger, teleporting both teams next to their carts and titans. Then, he began the countdown, causing everyone's voices to harmonize together as they shouted out loud, 3, 2, 1, start! Immediately after, Felix and the rest were unfrozen and began following the instructions of their strategies. Noah transformed into a half-werewolf and dashed through the forest while being followed by Leo and Sylvia. Meanwhile, Olivia, Hina, and the rest entered the cart and started preparing the kitchen. As the rules stated, there were all kinds of tools for cooking. What's surprising, all of them were humongous, from spoons, knives, to pots and pans. My turn. Felix cracked his neck and jumped on top of the cart, then, he extended his hands and manifested a thick white dome above the cart, enclosing it completely shut. Olivia and the others instantly got comfortable after the dome was completed. They had seen white adamant in extraordinary toughness, allowing them to feel safer than ever within the cart. Since the cart was indestructible, nothing could harm them. Smart of Landlord to protect his teammates in this manner. Spirit Animal commentated calmly, but, how is he supposed to hunt for food? Maybe those three are the hunters. This question had surfaced on the minds of most viewers, knowing that the moment Felix walked away from the adamantine dome, it would disappear. The answer came sooner than they anticipated as Felix had manifested a towering pillar in the center of the white dome. The tower was big enough, it surpassed the Titan's height, causing him to look at it with a childish, curious look. After doing so, Felix snapped his finger and created hundreds of golems with many colors and shapes, making them resemble gummy bears. Some were carrying spears, some were swords, and some had empty carts attached to their back made out of gems as well. Root gemstone, bestow life on my subjects. Felix mewed as he exposed his transparent purplish gemstone in front of his golems. It started emitting brilliant light that touched every one of them. After all of them had their eyes shimmering spiritedly, the root gemstone turned dim again. Is there a reason to create bodyguards while he is around? Elnora titled her head in confusion. Maybe he wants to use them to hunt anything in nearby area. Moana reasoned. When they saw that Felix was separating his army into squads made out of different colored golems, they were even more confused. Each squad had a giant horse-like golem with a cart that had slides on the bottom instead of wheels. Additionally, there was a wide thin golem that resembled a walking mirror made out of hallucinating olive-sling orange gemstones. Furthermore, one lean golem was created from white adamantine gemstone and had an empty basket affixed on his back. The last two were born out of energy-sucking green at-light gemstones. They were the ones carrying a spear and a sword. Basket holders, gather on me. Felix ordered while flying a few meters above ground. Tens of white golems walked towards Felix and kneeled down respectfully. Felix snapped his finger and forged countless spherical red gemstones that resembled hand grenades. All of them were covered in a pink layer, which protected them from the friction with the wind. Felix waved his hand and filled the baskets of those golems with Argodites bombs, then, he sent them back to their squads. Hunt anything that moves within 1 kilometer radius. Felix ordered indifferently. The golem's army's eyes turned red before they started moving towards the woods in disciplined formations. Did he just say 1 kilometer radius? Enir frowned. Doesn't his manipulation ranges barely reach 100 meters? Yes, he must have made a mist. Before they could think too much of what Felix said, the golem's army already surpassed the 100 meters mark and continued their journey. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. How is this possible? He started using gemstone manipulation merely a couple of years ago. Spirit Animal's nonchalant look was ruined in the first 5 minutes of the game by this unimaginable scene before everyone. Even Queen Allura of the witch race was left completely startled, knowing that it was close to impossible to expand the manipulation range to such distance in mere few years even for the most talented elementalists in the universe. Don't even mention Felix, who shown everyone that he was always struggling to expand his manipulation ranges. 600 meters, 700 meters, 800 meters. Only after most golems reached such distance did they stop and start searching for their preys. How? Just how? No one is that talented. Queen Alfreda was left in disbelief and shock just as everyone else. She tuned into the stream, wanting to cheer for Felix's death but ended up getting rocked to her core. Even though she was a high elf with an entire different cultivation system, she understood clearly that the hardest thing for elementalists to enhance was their manipulation range. Unless one spent decades to centuries of their precious time increasing their affinity to their elements, they could forget about enhancing it. He is a mere human, a mere talentless human in elemental affinities, his master must have had a hand in this. Without a doubt. Queen Alfreda's first guess was related to Lady Sphinx as she believed that if someone was capable of pulling off such a miracle, it had to be the most knowledgeable being in the universe. At least she reached such a reasonable conclusion. Most viewers had absolutely no clue what to think as they watched the golem's army slaughtering beasts left and right. There were only 2 types of viewers, who acted the same, even during such an impossibility. Felix's fans and the royal dragons. Ones were too used to Felix's miracles, they felt that it was the norm for such thing to happen. The others knew that Felix had taken advantage of their dimensional pocket to train his manipulations. Although they knew, none of them dared to open their mouths and expose Felix, in fact, they were sweating bullets at the thought of someone connecting the dots somehow. This can't be overlooked. If Landlord has found a useful method to fasten increasing the elemental range, he has to share it for the benefits of most races. Spirit Animal commentated with a stern expression. Unfortunately, his comment had backfired on him heavily as most viewers were humans. *CKU. Our Lord doesn't have to share jack shit with anyone. If he was a dragon or another race from the top 10 rulers, you wouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. Phantom Organization edit again. The researchers are truly a bunch of gods. If humans were going to benefit from Felix's method, they would have supported Spirit Animal's claim. Alas, not a single human had a limited manipulation in the first place, so, why bother siding with the enemy? Chapter 1023 Shattering Their Confidence. It didn't look like anyone guessed that the secret lied within the time difference of the dimensional pocket. After all, they weren't that common in the universe. Dimensional pockets were already extremely rare to find, don't even mention one with a vast time difference and accessible every half a century. Honestly, even if a royal dragon exposed the truth, everyone would have a hard time believing in it since the dimensional pocket was shown to never have an area that was rich with gemstone affinity. Without those rich areas, even if one spent an entire century trying to increase his elemental affinity, it would be close to impossible unless they had a godly talent that enabled them to sense their particular affinity through the neutral energy. No one was found yet to be that talented. It must be our ancestor giving him a hand. Clan head Kirsoon commentated as he watched the stream with the rest of the officials. I can't believe our ancestor has helped him by this much. One of the officials sighed. He refused to give our descendants a hand in the elemental manipulation even after we begged him. It really didn't feel good to know that their ancestor was favoring a human over them. Unfortunately, they could only suck it up and continue watching the game. Unbeknownst to the mayhem he had caused, Felix could be seen chilling above the towering gemstone pillar while holding the same sniper rifle used in the elemental rugby game. However, he didn't use it yet as he was guiding his army through the thick rainforest around the cart. Instead of letting his army search randomly, he utilized his infrared vision to lead them towards their nearest prey. Then, he embedded their fighting tactics straight into their consciousness, as he could easily establish connection with them due to the root gemstone. That's it, boys, use my tactics to prevail. Felix smiled faintly as he watched his golem squad follow exactly his instructions. The white thin orange golem made the first move by emerging in front of a freakish giant four-armed gorilla. The sunlight bounced off Olive's gemstone and caught the gorilla off guard, causing it to enter a hallucination world. The two green golem warriors advanced and used their weapons to stab the gorilla over and over again. Because the gorilla's skin was thick and tough to pierce, they merely left shallow wounds, but it didn't matter much since they managed to devour its mental and physical energy until it was barely capable of supporting itself. Only after the gorilla wasn't capable of moving any further would the white golem hurl an argodite bomb at its head, exploding it into pieces. After it died, they lifted its corpse and threw it on the back of the cart that was being pulled by the horse-like golem. Then, they followed Felix's leads and sought another prey. Since there were tens of such squads, this kind of efficient and mind-boggling hunt was happening all over the place, leaving the viewers completely at loose for words. He barely moved an inch, and he is already hunting more efficiently than the Vulcans. Spirit Animal commentated while showcasing the Vulcans' side. Unlike the Earthling team, they only left one person inside the cart, who's responsible for cooking the food. The others spread out to hunt more prey and kick off their journey faster than the Earthling team. Keep it up, guys, nothing will matter if our cart isn't moving. Molten River encouraged as he pulled his inflamed fist from the chest of a winged blue lion. Also, make sure to not damage your prey too much. Waldbauer added, we need as much meat as possible. Captain, should I make my move now? Davidzu inquired. Molten River glanced at his AP bracelet to check the time and then replied, place your game in the cart and head out, you should catch them still on standby. On it. Without delay, Davidzu threw his game near the cart and manifested a lava river and a molten surfboard. Then, he sat on it causally and took off rapidly in direction of the Earthlings' team, following the railway. With Davidzu's current speed, he should reach the end of the railway track in 10 minutes. Spirit Animal said, looks like the Earthling team will be experiencing their first challenge. The map was already extremely vast, reaching tens of thousands of kilometers if not more. With the railway not being in a straight line, each team really had to put effort to make it to the center without being bothered. Davidzu's main job in this game was to keep the Earthling team in check and especially Felix. Unbeknownst to everyone, Felix already anticipated as much and prepared to deal with any interferences. 5 minutes later, a couple of Felix's horse-like golems returned to the Titan while dragging with them a cart filled to the brim with bloody corpses. With just his external manipulation, Felix lifted them up and emptied everything inside the humongous cart after opening a small hole in the adamantine dome. Then, he put them back on the ground and sent them to their squads for refill. Let's start cooking. Hina clapped her hands loudly as she manifested spherical water bubbles near the corpses. Olivia closed her eyes and used an ability that turned her hair strands into thin but extremely tough vines. Then, she controlled them to lift the corpses and wash them inside the water bubbles. After she finished, she placed them next to Frank and Selma, the two teammates from the secondary team. Frank was a giant hunk with hair covering his entire body, making him resemble a man in his 40s. He was an expert in knives, swords, and blades due to his background of being from a bloodline clan that uses them as their primary weapons. With such experience, he was given the skinning duties. As for Myra, she was a cute short brunette girl with small scar next to her left eye. She was Frank's little sister and was also part of the same Bloodline clan, giving him extensive experience with knives. Hence, she was responsible over cutting the skinned corpse into smaller portions. After those two finished their jobs, they passed over the processed meat to Sophie, who was responsible over seasoning it. Only then would the meat get thrown into grills, pot, and even the giant pans, making sure to create as many types of dishes as possible. Hina was responsible for cooking them and Ronaldinho for delivering the food to the Titan with his lightning-quick speed. This created an efficient chain that allowed everyone to participate and have a rule in the game. Felix might have said that he could do everything on his own, but he wasn't dumb and cocky to not utilize his teammates to their maximum potential. If they could be helpful without hindering him, he would happily give them jobs to do. I have to admit that the humans' teamwork does look much better than the Vulcans. Spirit Animal commentated, I expected that Landlord will do everything on his own while trapping his teammates inside the cart akin to sheep for the rest of the game. He wasn't the only one with such thoughts as the Vulcans' viewers started getting antsy at the current unexpected development. They could see that their team wasn't being as efficient as the humans since they left only one player to roast any corpse that landed in his hand. Since the Titan's endurance, speed, and overall states depended on the deliciousness of the food, they understood that their team would be left behind if things remained as they were. However, just as gloominess was about to cloud their minds, Spirit Animal brought up an important note. Unfortunately, the Earthlings can't go on with this pace forever. Landlord's Golem's army is remarkable all right, but 1 kilometer in distance is still too short. The moment he mentioned so, the viewers had realized that Felix's army was coming back with less and less game every time. Before long, they were barely hunting anything and merely walking around aimlessly. That's unfortunate. Moana said, if he wants to expand his range, he needs to move away from the cart. We all know that ain't happening. While the Vulcans were going deep in the forest and hunting much dangerous and rarer creatures, Felix was bound to hunt in 1 kilometer radius around the cart. In their eyes, even if they cooked much better, it wouldn't really matter much if the quantity and quality of the ingredients was lacking compared to the Vulcans. In other words, one Vulcan roasting all the food was still going to beat the Earthlings' teamwork. Sadly, before the Vulcans' viewers could recover their confidence, Felix had to shatter it. Noah, Sylvia, Leo, enough hunting on your own. Felix massaged his shoulders while lifting his sniper rifle. It's time to kick off our second step of the plan. I am ready. I am in my position. Ronaldinho would have been better for this. Noah, Sylvia, and Leo all replied simultaneously while being spread out tens of kilometers away from the cart. Felix entered his sniper posture and placed a white bullet inside the chamber. Then, he expanded his infrared vision to at least 40 kilometers around the cart, allowing him to see hundreds of infrared auras and animalistic skeletons. Felix aimed the sniper's muzzle on one of the gigantic infrared monstrous red auras and fired the adamantine bullet. Kaboom! The explosion produced from the bullet echoed through the entire rainforest, causing flocks of birds to fly hectically in the sky. But, the viewer's eyes weren't on this but on a corpse of a dark-scaled alligator that was twitching next to a broken tree after his head got pierced by Felix's bullet. Felix didn't even bother to glance at his fallen prey as he turned his sniper rifle slightly to the left and fired again, causing another beast to die on the spot. And then another, and another, and another. Kaboom! 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 Whether they were humans or Vulcans, everyone went completely silent under this symphony of never-ending explosions. All they knew was that with every bullet leaving the sniper rifle's chamber, a soul gets taken away. Oh dear almighty! Chapter 1024 A Total Lockdown. Spirit Animal realized that all of his predictions had absolutely no base to them anymore. If Felix was capable of hunting for food as efficiently as the Vulcans without bothering to even leave the cart, then his team's strategy was truly flawless. Wait a second. Someone have to pick, I see. Before he could share this thought, he spotted Noah, Sylvia, and Leo, moving towards the hunted beasts and beamed them in their spatial cards. Felix had picked those three specifically because they could find the beasts' corpses without relying on him. Noah could smell blood from kilometers. Sylvia had butterfly wings, allowing her to scout from air. Leo had a passive that allowed him to sense tremors through the ground and find their source. Kaboom! After Felix emptied an entire magazine, he manifested another one packed with bullets and attached it to the sniper's rifle. Then, he restarted his hunt, not planning to stop until he completely cleared the 30-kilometer radius around him. Felix knew that they had already cooked enough food to start their journey, but he wanted to avoid seeing his titan stop so soon. So, he wanted to hunt enough game to last at least a quarter of the distance. Felix, send more game, we are about to finish cooking what we have. Hina informed. All right. Felix nodded and contacted Sylvia. Sylvie, drop what you have collected near my golems and go back. On it. Without delay, Sylvia flew back towards the few remaining golem squads and emptied her spatial card near them. The golems started picking up the bestial corpses and throw them on their cart. Then, the horse-like golem delivered them to the kitchen. Felix had to reduce their numbers after they cleared the nearby area as their existence consumed mental energy continuously. He left only a couple of them to assist in the delivery process. Another humanoid aura. Abruptly, Felix lowered his sniper rifle after spotting a 4-meter humanoid red aura, heading in their direction rapidly. He didn't need to guess too much as he had instantly recognized it to belong to a Vulcan, who had just entered his vision radius. 9 minutes, took them long enough. Without a change of expression, Felix aimed his sniper rifle at the humanoid infrared aura and waited patiently for it to get closer. Just like he was seeing him, Davidzu had also spotted him with his infrared vision. As a race that live around flames, lava, magma, and heat in general, they had developed infrared vision almost as good as the dragons. This allowed him to mark everyone's position. 3 hunting, 1 is flying, and the rest are in the cart. Davidzu slowed down his speed as he analyzed the Earthling team's formation. Because of the thick rainforest and tall trees blocking his vision, he wasn't able to see the gemstone pillar, which made him believe that either Felix was flying or Sylvia. Those were the only ones with wings in the Earthling team. Since Sylvia was also flying, it made it hard for him to guess if Felix was the one hunting or the one above the cart. Plus, it was difficult to guess the gender based on the infrared light from such a far distance as it appeared merely as humanoid red aura. I need a clearer spot to scout. Davidzu touched his surfboard gently, and it was turned into a hardened magma pillar that lifted him slowly above the rainforest. The first thing he saw after going past the trees was the gemstone pillar and the reflecting blinding light on top of it. This forced him to squint his eyes until he finally managed to see Felix carrying a white sniper rifle and was aiming it directly in his way. F***CKME. Without an ounce of hesitation, Davidzu turned around, attempting to jump from the pillar and take cover between the trees. Unfortunately, before he could even bend his knees, he felt a sudden jolt in his guts and then an irresistible pressure that launched him away from the pillar akin to a cannonball. Thud. 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 He broke through tens of trees and boulders before finally coming into a halt nearby a water paddle. Whoa-ah! The viewers went silent for a second before exploding into thunderous cheers, chanting Felix's name over and over again excitedly. Everyone believed that Felix had managed to eliminate Davidzu. Who could blame them? Davidzu had a half-meter gaping hole in his guts area, an injury that was heavy enough it could down anyone. However, Felix and the Vulcans thought otherwise. Tisk, I couldn't calculate the wind properly from such a distance. Felix clicked his tongue in irritation, not too pleased with the results of his hit. His frustration was in place as Davidzu immediately created a lava pool and submerged himself within it before emerging again with a brand new body. Vulcans weren't considered to be one of the strongest races in the universe simply due to their magma manipulation. But, because they were also considered to be unkillable cockroaches near lava. The only proper way to kill them was by destroying their brains. Any other injury could be recovered instantaneously by absorbing lava. That was a close one. Davidzu exhaled deeply with a hint of fright in his eyes. When he was approaching the Earthling team, he kept hearing thunderous explosions. He thought that it was originating from the hunters, not Felix, who was sniping from tens of kilometers away. I must travel through the underground, he can still use that explosive bullet of his. Knowing that he could get snipped any moment again, Davidzu decided to choose the safer path. However, just as he was about to submerge himself deeper in the lava pool, another bullet landed right next to him, causing the lava to splatter everywhere. Before he could feel relieved that Felix missed, he spotted with the side of his vision a spherical red marble flying with the lava drops. His pupils started widening at the same speed as the red marble was turning bright. Before he could attempt to pull anything, the red marble blinded him with a sudden flash of light, and then, there was no then. The Vulcans' viewers could only stare at small-sized cloud mushroom raising through the sky with stunned expressions. As for Davidzu, he was nowhere to be seen. The explosion might have not been on a nuclear level, but it was powerful enough to take out a Vulcan. Kaka! Roar! Kikiki! After the shockwave of the explosion passed over the rainforest, all the beasts, animals, and other peculiar creatures had a single reaction: run as far as possible from the explosion zone. I knew this will happen. Felix smiled wryly as he watched his prey running away non-stop from his sniping zone. With his current level of gemstone manipulation, he was capable of creating and condensing argodite gemstones into a small sphere in mere seconds. Felix didn't want to use it at first because he knew that the noise would scare off his prey. You should have gone down there and killed him instead of lazing off from a distance. Asna rubbed it in. No, I have to keep practicing my ranged fighting style. Felix shook his head. Racial game or not, Felix had no intentions of wasting such a great opportunity to train with his new techniques. Landlord is truly an unstoppable monster. Spirit Animal commentated out loud as he replayed Davidzu's death. The Vulcans should know by now that sending one or two to keep an eye on the Earthling team isn't going to end in a good way. Molten River and the rest of his team all had hardened expressions after receiving the notification of Davidzu's death, as well as the entire recording of this game. When they skipped ahead and saw how he had gotten killed, fear started clouding their minds on their upcoming fate. This isn't going as we have anticipated. Autumn Blaze bit her fingernails nervously while standing near a scorched bestial corpse. This is bad. We always knew that monster can use nuke-like abilities, but we had no idea that he can make them this fast. No matter how much they researched Felix, they had no clue about the origin of his nuke-like bullet. After all, when Felix created it, the camera wasn't on him within the dimensional pocket. The only thing they found was Felix firing off the bullet and its explosion, causing Domino and Arantis to end up in horrible state. In their minds, for such a powerful ability, it should take proper time to create it, just like Dragon's Flame Orb. Davidzu assumed that he would be deep underground by the time Felix used it. Too bad, they had no clue that Felix could pause the condensation process anytime he wanted. Don't fall into despair yet. Molten River encouraged them with a stern tone. We can still win this if we ignored them and focused purely on pushing the cart. Molten River had no plans of sending another teammate to keep an eye on the Earthling team. He understood that as long as Felix was standing above that gemstone pillar, he had more than 40-kilometer radius on total lockdown. Hell, he could send anyone to hunt for prey, and they wouldn't need to worry about anything. If so, they could only give up on their original strategy. Waldbauer, start feeding the Titan. It's time to move. Molten River ordered loudly. Chapter 1025 Time for the real hunt. Just like Vulcans, Felix and his teammates had started feeding the Titan, pushing everything they had cooked down his throat. After Felix scared off the beasts, they had to change their hunting zone anyway. Does he like our food? Hina asked Felix nervously while watching Ronaldinho emptying a plate after another inside the Titan's mouth. The Titan's hands had never left the cart's handle, which forced them to have someone to feed him, no matter how disgusting it was. Well, his satisfaction bar is at 70%. I count that as an absolute win. Good job, everyone. Felix praised with a faint smile as he eyed a holographic pole that was 70% lighted up. Each team had the option to check their Titan's satisfaction level, his stamina, his hunger levels, and the other states. While the Titan's stamina and endurance bars were raising, his hunger bar was getting lowered slowly. The moment it hit the bottom, the Titan burped loudly next to Ronaldinho. Jesus, it stinks. Ronaldinho held his mouth shut, trying his best to not vomit after being assaulted by the revolting smell. You can get down. He will start moving soon. The moment Felix finished, the Titan leaned forward and began walking slowly, finally pushing the cart in front of him. The iron wheels made creaking noises as they rolled on the railway like they were rusting for decades before being used again. Will he be traveling at this terrible speed? Sophie wondered. I doubt we will reach the center in 3 days. Moo-oo. Without warning, the Titan let out a roaring outcry before he started sprinting at the top of his speed. Thud. Thud. The ground trembled, and the trees rattled as the Titan's giant feet kept colliding against the indestructible wood of the railway. As for the cart, its speed had already gone past 300 km/h and was still increasing rapidly, forcing everyone to hold for their dear lives. Meanwhile, Felix was chilling on top of the Titan's head. He had to remove the adamantine dome and the pillar to lower the cart's weight. Let's see how far they have reached. Felix mewed while displaying a holographic 3D model of the map. Nothing was on it besides 2 long lines and 2 dots colored in blue and red. The blue line was the railway and the dot was Felix's cart. Looks like we have started at the same time. Felix commentated as he watched the red dot, moving with a moderate pace unlike theirs. It was to be expected as their food was prepared with great care unlike the Vulcans, who merely roasted it with some seasoning and fed it to their Titan. We will pull ahead, but they will catch up to us and surpass us eventually. Still, Felix wasn't too optimistic about his team's chances of winning this if things remained as they were. That's because the Vulcans were capable of hunting beasts while the cart was still moving without worrying about Felix or his teammates going after them. Meanwhile, the Earthing team couldn't do this since it added too much risk. Felix was unable to move away from the cart and leave his teammates defenseless to hunt. Moreover, he was unable to send out Noah and the others since he wasn't sure if he could protect them simultaneously while the cart was moving at such a great speed. Especially, when the Vulcans were capable of traveling underground. For all he knows, one Vulcan could be following them while being deep underground right now, waiting for him to leave them unguarded. In other words, the only way that Felix could ensure everyone's safety was by having the cart stop and lock down the surrounding area with his vision before restarting their hunt. As Felix had assumed, the Vulcans managed to finally catch up to them after 2 hours. While Felix and his teammates were forced to stop twice to hunt and feed the Titan, the Vulcans didn't halt a single time ever since they kicked off their journey. Right now, both teams' carts had almost the same distance to the center. Felix, we have to do something about this, Sylvia said with a stern expression. By the time we stop again, they will leave us behind. Sophie supported. Captain, I think you should focus on hunting. Leo suggested with a firm tone, don't worry too much about us, we will be fine inside the cart. If we work together, we can lock the cart. Leo's suggestion made some sense. Felix's white adamantine dome might be unbreakable, but they could also lock the cart using ice and earth abilities. They might not be as tough, but they could buy time if they ever got targeted while Felix was away. Are you guys cool with this? Felix inquired. Yes. Olivia and the rest nodded with firm expressions. All right, then. Felix cracked his knuckles as he summoned his crescent battleaxe and unfolded his glorious crystal wings. Since his teammates had grown some balls and decided to live in risk, Felix wouldn't enforce himself to be their babysitter. Whoosh! With a single flap of a wing, Felix teleported near a magnificent beautiful waterfall and charged right through it, ending up inside a spacious dark cave. The instant he entered, two dreadful crimson eyes opened up. Unfortunately, before the viewers could even guess the beast they belonged to, Felix sliced the beast's head and beamed its twitching corpse in his spatial card. Whoosh! Fast as always, he moved to another place and took care of another gigantic beast with a single strike. Just like a butcher entering a farm of sheep, wherever Felix went, he left a long trail of blood behind him. Naturally, Felix didn't get too engrossed in his hunt as he always checked on his teammates. When he saw that no one had assaulted them even though he went deep a couple of times, he started to believe that the Vulcans might have not sent anyone in the first place. I can only be certain after counting them myself. Felix checked the map and saw that both carts were still thousands of kilometers away from the center. So, he continued his hunt without dropping his guard, knowing that everything would clear out when their cart get as close as 100 km away from him. At that distance, Felix could push his vision to the limit and count them properly. Ever since Landlord went hunting with his monstrous strength, the Earthling team have started cooking on the move. Spirit Animal commentated, though, this merely ensured that they wouldn't be left behind by Vujonia's team. Additional 3 hours had gone by, and both teams were still neck to neck in distance. Felix's hunting speed was quite astonishing, but he was still short compared to 8 Vulcans hunting simultaneously. They were also strong and could easily deal with beasts, adding the fact that they didn't have as much weight on the cart as the Earthling team allowed them to remain in the race. But not for long. At last, it's time to end this. Felix smirked faintly after seeing that both carts were on their last 100 kilometers. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix pushed his infrared vision to the limit until it went past 100 km in radius. Just like a lantern festival, thousands of red dots and auras started lighting up in Felix's vision, blocking his line of sight completely. Still, Felix managed to spot the Vulcans standing out like sore thumbs due to their heat-based abilities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, and 9. Felix grinned widely after seeing that none of the Vulcans were missing. In other words, he didn't need to worry any more about his teammates. Time for the real hunt.